Hello, everyone. How are you? Welcome. Good morning. I'm Olga Krysiak, and I represent all three organizations that organize this conference, ZAIX, AVTE, and staff. And in the name of these organizations, it's our great pleasure to welcome you to the conference Lost or Gained in Translation. We have brought together translators, creators, broadcasters, researchers, and industry professionals to reflect on the future of audiovisual translation and localization industry that is undergoing profound change.
Hello, I'm Krzysztof Kowalczyk. I represent also all three organizations. And this conference is an opportunity to exchange ideas and share perspectives. We hope today's conversation will be insightful, inspiring, and productive. Please note that this event is being live streamed. And as we translators, we are experts at condensing, so introduction is really short. Let us begin. Please welcome our first speaker, Hanna Sylvester from Subcom at University College Cork.
I think I might stand here. Is that okay? Can everyone hear me? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here to speak about Subcom. This is an initiative that was launched as a collaborative endeavour. It was co-founded by me and Tiina Tuominen from the University of Turku, who many of you know. She's really sorry not to be here with us. She's got major FOMO right now, and I think she's watching online, so hi, Tiina. All of this is work that we've carried out together with the support and collaboration of various people along the way. I'm going to talk today a bit about the kind of backstory of Subcom. I'm going to take you through some of the highlights of the journey so far, and I'm going to share what we're hoping to do then in the future. So Tiina and I met in the final year of my PhD studies at the University of Glasgow, and we discovered that we had a shared interest in working with practitioners and bringing their experiences into our research. So we decided to do something about it. And we launched Subcom in 2021 around this shared interest in and acknowledgement of the value of practitioners' insights in research and the importance of research informing practice and of academics and practitioners coming together. It came out of a desire also to see if we could somehow help to improve the status quo, especially in terms of, for example, practitioner working conditions. And we wondered if we could build a community using our contacts. So Tiina had worked as a subtitler prior to research and was involved in the Finnish Translators Association, and I had spoken to subtitlers for my research, mainly based in France, and we both knew other academics as well. In the very beginning, we launched a questionnaire just to get an insight into what subtitlers might be looking for and whether they would actually be interested in this initiative. So we did a very small scoping survey of subtitlers in the UK and Ireland, and it was open between October and December 2020. And we just wanted to know if people would be interested in participating in networking and CPD events with academics and other practitioners. When we first started thinking about this, it was pre-COVID, so we were planning to do things in person, which is why we focused on subtitlers in the UK and Ireland. And we recruited through social media, professional organisations, translators associations, and 49 out of the 51 respondents said yes, they would be interested in opportunities to network with other subtitlers and academics working on subtitling, and 50 out of 51 said they would be interested in attending free online networking or CPD activities. And the questionnaire included a couple of open questions as well. around possible topics of interest and training needs. And we did a kind of thematic analysis of the responses to those open questions. And the key points that came out of them are listed here on the slide in order of the frequency with which they were mentioned. So the first theme was around broadening and updating one's practical skill set, so around technological skills, machine translation, post-editing, practical matters such as style guides and reference materials, things related to the subtitling process and the day-to-day work of the subtitler. Theme 2 was around improving career opportunities and the collective standing of the profession, finding work, negotiation skills, rates, working conditions, and these responses kind of showed a desire to collaborate with academics and other practitioners towards improvements. The third theme was around discussing translation dilemmas. So these were kind of translation and subtitling related challenges that are a frequent topic of research and would lend themselves quite well to a discussion between academics sharing research findings and practitioners sharing their experiences from subtitling projects. So things like reading speed, humour, subtitling for children. And the final two were about informing academia and learning about or discussing anything at all. So it was all very encouraging, and it showed us that subtitlers did want something like this. So we developed this vision for Subcom. And what we want it to be is a global network of academics, practitioners, anyone with an interest in subtitling, wherever it comes from or whatever that interest may be. We want it to be a reciprocal, collaborative space for exchange where, for example, practitioners can inform academic research through choice of topics or contextual or industry knowledge, and where academics can inform and support practitioners, sharing the findings of research, using our time to support practitioners in ways that are useful. And we see Subcom and the work that we do that comes out of it as public translation studies. And Koskinen wrote about this in 2010 after Borowoi, and she suggests a kind of public or even activist role for academics. And in her paper on this, she considered that perhaps as a discipline, as the discipline of translation studies, we weren't communicating our aims, values, and research results to other disciplines or to the professions with which our work engages. And since 2010, when Koskinen wrote that, there's certainly been a shift, especially in other areas of translation studies, but also in audiovisual translation. But I do think that there's still room for improvement, especially in terms of what Koskinen calls back translation, so feeding the findings of our research back to the public. According to Koskinen, public translation studies would encompass any research that involves translation practitioners at grassroots level and where the researcher in some way engages with the activities of the community. She says that it should be critical and empowering as well as reciprocal, so that research findings are communicated back to non-academics to make a difference in the field, and information and data is fed back to academia for further research. And Tina and I thought that maybe through a kind of public audiovisual translation studies, we could help subtitlers fight for better working conditions or meet new challenges like the introduction of new technology. We're not the first to encourage collaboration between academics and practitioners. There's lots of great work already being done in this area, besides the fact that there are many practice searchers and people move between industry and academia or straddle both often in AVT. But what we're aiming for is a systematic, sustained, mutually beneficial collaboration through long-term community building. And this is something that also came out of our 2024 focus group study that I'll talk about a little bit later, that long-term relationships are the most conducive foundation for collaborative research. So what did we actually do? Well, back in the early days, we started out with what we called subtitle chats, which probably a few of you have attended. I see some familiar faces. And these were informal online networking meetings around a particular theme. So the very first one was this one, Share Your Story, on the 14th of June. And we also set up a website and a mailing list. And there's a QR code there to the website that will reappear a few times through the presentation. So on the website, you can join the mailing list as well. And since then, we've come quite a long way, and I want to share some of the highlights with you. So we're particularly proud of the infographics, which we launched in April 2024. And these came directly out of one of our subtitling chats. What I wish my friends who are not in subtitling knew about my work. Excuse me. I think it was Adan Kassan who said, wouldn't it be great if we had some infographics we could share with them to say, look, this is what I have to think about when I'm doing my work, and this is the kind of work that I do. So we put out a call for working group members, and we came up with a team of academics and practitioners who developed ideas for 4 infographics together. The infographics are divided into 2 groups. There are 2 that are about subtitles as a product and 2 about the process of subtitling. So the first of the product infographics, Who Watches Subtitles, depicts some purposes for which subtitles are used from the perspective of different user groups. And the second one, Different Types of Subtitles, lists some of the most common types of subtitles and explains each one of them briefly. On the process theme, the first infographic, The Business of Subtitling, demonstrates the many kinds of tasks a professional subtitler has to perform as part of their job. And the second one, Subtitles, a Balancing Act, describes the challenging decisions a subtitler faces when creating subtitles. The graphic artwork by Hannah O'Connor was funded by SKTL, the Finnish Association of Translators and Interpreters, through a Kopiosto grant. So Kopiosto is the Finnish copyright organisation representing the creative industry, and SKTL gets some of the copyright funds from Kopiosto to give to their members as grants, and that funded the infographics project. They're published on Zenodo, so they're open access with a Creative Commons license. They're free for anyone to use as long as it's for non-commercial purposes. So if you can see a use of these, please do use them, share them. That's what they're there for. And since they came out in 2024, they have been translated now into Finnish, German, and Swedish. So the Finnish, all of the translations were done on a voluntary basis, but then we have to pay the graphic artist to do the artwork for the various languages. So the Finnish translation was funded by SKTL, the German was funded by AVU, the German Audiovisual Translators Association, and the Swedish was funded by Media Textana, and all of them are available also on the website in translation now. Another thing that we've been really proud of is our collaboration with Subtle. We got together to organise 2 events to bring people together, firstly around the topic of practitioners and researchers, things I've always wanted to ask. And this was kind of facing head-on the question of bringing academics and practitioners into discussion together. And then the second one we had was around reframing client guidelines, talking about different aspects of guidelines and whether people found them useful. And every time we get together, practitioners have questions about what research is being done related to the themes that come up, client guidelines, reading speeds. And they also have lots of great ideas for new research projects that could answer the questions they face in their work. I often feel like a kid in a sweet shop, like I wish I could do it all, but Tina and I are just 2 people and we can't. I also find it's a really good way to stay up to speed with how things are happening in the industry, which informs my research and my teaching. We also have a blog on the website where we share recaps from our events so that people who couldn't attend can access a kind of digest of the discussion, along with links to useful resources that might have been mentioned. We have blog posts from academics and practitioners. We're always looking for more posts, so if anyone would like to write one, please do let me know. We ask academics to share shorter pieces about the research they're doing, and we're continuing to look for other ways to make research more accessible to practitioners, both in terms of making it free to access, but also time effective. We have some ideas, but I might say a bit more about that later on. So currently on the blog, we're sharing over time a series of posts based on presentations from the Subcom Symposium, and this so far I think has been our crowning glory. The point at which we really started to feel like we were gaining traction. So this was following Tina's idea to have a free online symposium about research for practice, which actually came out of the first of the events we organised with Subtle. When it became clear that practitioners really wanted to know more about research and sometimes didn't know if there was research on a particular topic that they were kind of grappling with in their work. So we launched a call for papers, seeking abstracts about audiovisual translation research that could be presented for practitioners, highlighting in particular the takeaways for AVT practice. When we shared the programme and opened registration, we were quite frankly blown away by the response. And our wonderful research assistant, Maria Aguilar Lara, made this Subcom Symposium wrapped post for our Instagram, where we added some of the numbers from the event. So there were presentations on audio description, the audience, theory and practice, and the industry. We had 232 people sign up and 183 people connect during the day. And everyone who responded to the questionnaire said they would attend the next one. It was a really energizing day, and we'll definitely be doing it again. We are really delighted with how Subcom is developing and with the really important connections that we're building, but it is not without its challenges. Tina and I personally fund the website and any other little passion projects that we have, like stickers, which didn't arrive in time for me to bring them and share them with you. But if you come to Languages in the Media, I can give you one. There have been 1 or 2 publications that have originated so far from the Subcom activities, but the kind of day-to-day or week-to-week, month-to-month activities are not really something that could necessarily be viewed as traditional academic research. So this means that sometimes we have to do it in more of a voluntary than a research capacity. And this could also be one of the reasons why we've not seen quite as much academic interest as we would have liked. Subcom is not about Tina and I and then all of the wonderful practitioners in our community. It's not our thing, it doesn't belong to us, it's for everyone. We want it to be a space in which more academics can develop valuable connections and can discuss research with practitioners and with one another. And this has started to shift since the symposium, but work is ongoing. One of the kind of more traditional outputs that has emerged, along with our special issue of the Journal of Audiovisual Translation around research for practice, is this study that we did in 2024 where we held some focus groups to explore what's been happening, what works and what doesn't work in academic practitioner collaboration in AVT. And we published the results in the Translator. And we found that when people talk about collaboration, they sometimes talk past each other. So when we asked practitioners about collaboration, they talked about visiting universities to teach rather than research collaboration. And collaboration is happening, but it isn't always reciprocal, so in terms of the back translation of the research findings. What does work is long-term relationship building, because then people know that they're on the same page, and they know that they value one another's contributions. Communication is, of course, a key factor, taking time to make sure that we are speaking the same language and that we understand what exactly we mean by collaboration, shared goals, coordinated objectives, but also the assumption that everyone has plenty of valuable knowledge to contribute. So a flatter hierarchy rather than researchers at the top, let's say. Both practitioners and academics clearly wanted to collaborate and were keen to overcome the challenges that do exist. And there are obviously plenty of benefits for AVT research and education in terms of learning more about the industry, because we can't all be practitioners as well as academics, and working towards the sustainability of the industry for which we're preparing our students. So just for the last bit then, I wanted to say something about our hopes or dreams for the future. Sharing research beyond academia, as I said, one of the kind of cornerstones of public translation studies. We would love to set up a repository of research for practitioners where you could go and search a free online database that would give you kind of summaries of relevant research. We would also like to open up the conversation around academic timelines, which Jan and I were just talking about this morning, and I think he might mention a bit more in his talk. We would really like to launch a Subcom podcast. And we would like for this to become a truly intersectoral collaboration, bringing in other industry partners into discussions so that together we can work towards the sustainability of the AVT industry. And that's something that with Tina Shortland, we have proposed a learning cafe for languages in the media to really discuss the challenges that we're facing and how we can kind of put our heads together and bring the skills that each of us have to the table to try to work together. Another concrete idea that we're working on right now is a grant application for later this year with a consortium of academic partners consisting of Tina and I, Vicente Briba Iglesias at Dublin City University, Emilia Perez at CPU Nitra, and Chiara Bucaria at the University of Bologna at Forlì. And so far we have non-academic partners on board as well. Navio, we're talking to AVTE, the International Documentary Film Festival, One World Slovakia, A-Words Language Engineering, Telegale Ireland Film and TV Studio, and it will incorporate studies investigating AVT from commission to reception, including topics like client and public education, the use of technology, the added value of audiovisual translation. And intersectoral collaboration will be embedded in all aspects of the project, so the collaborative element is essential. I'm being a tiny bit vague because we're still preparing the grant application, and I'm not going to share it all with you. But if you're interested in being involved, please either come and talk to me or contact Tina or myself, or if you know one of the other partners, get in touch with them. We would really, really love to hear from you. And there's the final QR code to the website if you haven't already been. And if you were on LinkedIn, Instagram, and you can email us or you can email me. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you, Hannah, for your speech. Do we have any questions? All right, because as AV translators, we are really strict about timing, so 2 questions, all right? Max. No, wait.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I have a question about when you did subcom chats and when you have been to other or to organized other events, has there been any point where the practitioners and the academics disagreed very much on some topic? And if so, what was it?
I don't think there has been at those events. No.
Not at those events, maybe at some other ones.
I've seen it happen elsewhere, but not at these.
All right, to believe in hand in hand and kumbaya. Thank you.
All right, one more question. Oh, Ian.
Thank you, Hannah. Great presentation and whatnot, and a great initiative. As you know, I'm a great fan of Subcom. I was just wondering, we had this event in February, was it? Yeah, which was, as you pointed out, a huge success. What about follow-ups? Are you planning any more of those?
Yes, we do. We do want to. We were discussing it at the end of the event. We had an online cocktail hour, and we were talking about how we should definitely do it again. And we were wondering actually if a full day is maybe not the best way to go, because practitioners have urgent projects, and I know some people had real FOMO that they had to run off and finish a project. So we're wondering about maybe something a bit shorter, but perhaps a little more frequent. We haven't really kind of pinned anything down yet, but we would definitely be doing it again because, yeah, it was clearly popular.
It's probably a good idea to have a half-day event or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
One more question. Okay, quick one.
It's not a question, maybe, or an answer to what Max said. And I maybe shouldn't be saying this, but since I got the mic, about the things we disagree. I think one of the problems that practitioners and academics have is that we are all entrenched in what we believe in. And a couple of years ago, when I had this conference presentation, when I had in the title something about reading speeds of subtitles, and viewers can now read faster, and everybody in the room wanted to kill me. So there are topics like that,
True.
right? Yes. So yeah, but let's continue the conversation, right?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. And now, please welcome our next speaker, Ian Pedersen from Stockholm University.
Hi. Presentation should be on, right? Right. I'm going to talk about reading speed, Agnieszka. And you thought I might, right? Anyway, I'm very glad to be here. I was invited to this great conference like a month ago, which was the first time I've heard about it. And I'm not blaming the organizers or anything but it's, I wanted to comment on it because when we did Media for All in Stockholm, we started planning for that 3 years before it went up. And I think this is an illustration of something that Hannah was mentioning, the different timelines of academia and the real world, if you will. Because we do things really, really slowly. And things are now, with AI and whatnot, moving really, really quickly. So everyone is very much frustrated with researchers, you're not doing this, you should be doing this. And we are doing this, it's just going very slowly because that's the time frames that we have in academia. So what I'm saying is bear with us, and I'll be presenting some ongoing research, some research that is also finalized, and some research that I have told you about before and which hasn't moved forward at all. And that is because of this difference in timelines between academia and the rest of the world. And the thing is, if it's the view of research that explains a lot why we have different timelines. Because if we want to research something in academia, we need to apply for funding, and that's going to take quite a few months. And then we need to wait to see if we get the funding, and then we have to get ethics approval, and then we have to get participants, and then we need to have the theoretical groundwork and so on. So a project can easily take like 3 or 4 years. Whereas if people in the rest of the world want to research something, they Google it, and that's done in about a minute. So we mean different things about research. When we do original research, it's going to take a lot of time. So please bear with us. So today, oh, that works. I'm going to talk about features of machine-translated subtitles, machine-translated and post-edited subtitles, and the reception of these, because that's what we've been working on. And I'm also going to talk about speed issues and also reception studies of these. So it's basically two things, MTP subtitles and speed issues. So this is Hannah Hagström and myself. We did a study quite a few years ago when machine translation in subtitling was quite new, because as you know, it started being used around 2020 or something like that. So subtitling was quite late into machine translation. And this was one of the first studies, and I'm just going to go through it briefly. I'm sure some of you have heard about this before, but we needed to set the ground. So what we did was that we compared a lot of episodes of daytime reality TV, which was what was translated with MTP at the time. So we had a corpus of those machine-translated, post-edited subtitles, and we had a similar corpus of human-translated subtitles. So basically done the old-fashioned way with only an EMT for support. And these were then compared. It was the same sort of shows. It was subtitled or post-edited by the same kind of people. Sometimes it was even the same person who did the subtitling and the post-editing. So we could really, everything was sort of similar. But we found out that even though it was the same sort of material and it was subtitled by the same kind of people, there were quite a few differences that come out of the process. So machine-translated and post-edited subtitles are fast-paced. They have a higher subtitle density, which means that there are more subtitles per minute than there were in the human-translated ones. And the reading speeds were faster as well. Then there were quite a few more translation errors. I'll come back to that. They were less idiomatic, and they were more oral. They retained more oral features, like false starts, hesitations, and so on. And they were also less coherent. There were fewer cohesive devices, fewer ands or buts, conjunctions, subjunctions, that sort of thing that you find in writing, but not so much in speech. And there were also more incomplete sentences in the machine-translated ones. And there were more incomplete in other ways as well, because there were subtitles missing, and there were pertinent information, particularly text on screen, that was not translated in these. And they were also more inconsistent in punctuation. As you know, punctuation is very important. Subtitling tells you who says what to whom and in what way. And the segmentation was also more unsyntactic. So these are some features. All in all, there are 14 features in which machine translated and post-edited subtitles are different than human translated ones, even though they're done by the same people. So this is an effect of the process. Then we also used my FAR model to do a quality analysis comparison. These are the scores. I'm not going to go through them point by point, but the human translated subtitles contained errors because subtitles do, we all know that, but they weren't very many and they weren't very serious. And the approval rate, so the amount of okay subtitles were more than 99%, which is very good and which is sort of industry standard, really. Now, if we compare that to the ones that have been translated using the new process, we found that there are loads more errors, particularly translation errors, about 10 times as many, and they were also graver, as you can see from the score. They were also much less acceptable, which means that the target language, in this case Swedish, was sort of Swinglish, a lot of anglicisms thrown in there. And also readability, which is to do with reading speed, which is to do with line length, punctuation, all that sort of thing. And segmentation were also more faulty. So in total, there were 7 times as many errors, and they were also graver. So it is clearly the case that, let's see, yeah, and so the approval rate is 95%, which sort of sounds like it should be all right, but it actually isn't, because that means 1 in 20 subtitles is going to contain an error. So that's going to disrupt the viewing experience. And these are subtitles done by, in both these cases, subtitles done by professional subtitlers. It's just that they have been exposed to a solution. So let's see. Yeah, so we found then that MTP subtitles are different from human translated ones, even though they're translated by the same persons. And also, by the way, I need to point out that these were done before the wages went down because of AI. So they were paid the same for the output for the MTP as they did for the human translation. So money is not an issue here. So it's part of the process. And we think that this is due to what is known as the priming effect, which is a cognitive bias, which means, well, to put it in layman's terms, if you see a solution that you think is sort of right, you think it's sort of right and you don't do anything. And that sort of also blocks your cognition. It sort of blocks your mind from thinking out new solutions, but because you've already been exposed to one. And then you're thinking along those lines rather than a subtitler, when I talked about this a few months back, she said, well, my mind gets polluted when I do MTP sometimes. And in a way, I think that's, well, it's a strong word, but it explains what's going on. So when you see a solution, you work from that solution rather than from the original text. So MTP subtitles are different, and from the quality analysis, we know that they're worse. And it matters to some people. I'm sure it matters to quite a few here. But the thing is, does it matter to the viewers? Because that's the main point, right? Those are the people that we do this for. And we don't really know. So we decided to find out. So Hannah is doing a PhD now on this, doing reception studies based on this sort of material. Very much this sort of material. So she's doing 3 reception studies, all based on this. Has anyone seen Mountain Monsters? Well, lucky you. I've had to sit through this episode of Mountain Monsters several times. It's all about these fat rednecks who live in the Appalachians, and they're out hunting Bigfoot and werewolves and various cryptozoological people. Most of the time they just bicker though and yell at each other and say, oh my God, what was that? A lot. So this is typical daytime TV, which is what MTP used to be used for from the beginning, and now MTP is used for many more things anyway. So so we wanted to find out if viewers are bothered by how these are different. But we couldn't test 14 features. I mean, if you do research, you can't check 14 things because that's too much. So we need to isolate which were the ones that we thought were more important. So Hannah and I did a focus group study, which is finished. So we had a bunch of people in a room, gave them popcorn, and made them sit through one of these. And then after the episode was finished and the popcorn was finished, we started talking to them, asking them questions, and they then started discussing among themselves and with us. And we didn't point out the subtitles. That was the sort of thing. So we asked them about the program, and we asked them, do you remember this or do you remember that? But after a while, we started to and they all actually started mentioning the subtitles before we went to that. But then we started to asking them directly about the subtitles. And it turns out that the things that they noticed the most is translation errors and unidiomatic language. So this is what bothers these people in the focus group most, which is not surprising. I mean, these are the things that stand out. And some of them also talked a little bit about reading speed, and I'll come back to that. So we decided that these are the two features that we're going to focus on. And then Hannah did an online study, which is finished, and I'll tell you about that. And we're following that up with an eye tracking study, which is going on right now. And I would love to, just as Hannah said hello to Tina, I would love to say hello to Hannah. But she's not there because she actually has someone booked to do the eye tracking study right now. So she won't be hearing this. So she's busy doing that. So here's the results from some early results from the online study, which is people online looking at half an episode of this Mountain Monsters thing. And so they sign up to participate. We ask them some questions about their age and language knowledge, skills and things. And then they watch 18 minutes of that. And then we have a questionnaire for them to fill in, checking that they understood the program, if they enjoyed the program, if they like the subtitles, and so on and so forth. And these were, there were quite a few participants, 150, which is quite a lot for this sort of thing. And they were divided into 3 groups, and they saw 3 different versions. One of them saw the MTP subtitles as in the same way as they were aired, so these are the commercially produced subtitles. Then we had a professional subtitler, not one of us, because that would be biased, to make a human translated version of these 18 minutes. So these are done the old-fashioned way, if you will. And then we did a hybrid version, which was a human translate, but where we added the translation errors and the unidiomatic things. So, but that is mainly for the eye tracking studies. I won't be going into that version today. And let's see. And then we did the post-viewing questionnaires then, where we checked for comprehension, experience, enjoyment, and what we call subtitle appraisal, basically if they thought the subtitles were good or bad. And now I'd like to backtrack a bit and say this. I'm sure you've heard this. I don't know who said it first, but it's been doing the rounds. So good subtitles cannot save a bad movie, but bad subtitles can ruin a good one. I'm sure you've heard this. And I'm sure we've all experienced good movies being ruined by bad subtitles, particularly if you watch fan subbing or something like that. So I'm sure that's probably true. But the thing is, so good subtitles can't save a bad movie. Or can't they? Because there's something going on here, which is very interesting. There are some preliminary results from the study here. They were asked to say something about whether they liked the show or not. And remember, this is Mountain Monsters, right? This is crap, right? Just white trash, I've got to fill up the tableau with something. And the interesting thing is that people didn't know which version of the subtitles they were watching, and they couldn't tell. So they didn't know if they were watching MTP subtitles or human translated subtitles. And we didn't talk, at this point, we didn't talk about subtitles at all. We just asked them, did you like the show? And most people who watched the MTP subtitles, or basically all of them, said that it was a shit show. And that's true, it is a crap show. But the ones who had watched them with human subtitles actually enjoyed it more. So they, this is so maybe, you know. But these are indications rather than, but it was clearly a positive, more positive experience to watch it with human subtitles. And we then measured comprehension, and they all did equally well or equally poorly on the comprehension question. So they all understood, regardless of which group they were in, they understood it equally. But the ones who had watched the human translated ones actually thought that they understood it better, and they engaged more with the program. And this is the only quantitative result that we have from the study. Everything else is sort of equal on the quantitative level. But people actually enjoyed the human translated version most, even though we didn't discuss the subtitles at this point. And as I said, they couldn't tell. The last question was, we explained to them that there are 3 versions of the subtitles to this. Which kind do you think you watched? And they couldn't tell. And I think it's probably asking too much of a lay person to say which kind of subtitles they've watched if they have nothing to compare with. They've only seen one version. And we'll be investigating this further in the eye tracking study. But they didn't know. But in the MTPE group, there were more negative comments, and they even brought up errors that they remembered. And I didn't think that they would that because the subtitles aren't. I didn't think they had that sort of impact really, but they actually remembered errors. And they say stuff like the subtitles use more direct translation, lack nuance, lack contextual adaptation, and have more errors and so on. Whereas people who'd watched the human translated ones are more positive, and the comments are not so much about the subtitles of the particular episode. They just generally think that subtitles are elaborate and engaging and more precise and clarity and very positive things that they say after watching a human translated show. So, and these are, as I said, these are qualitative results. This is how we did a thematic analysis of all the comments there. We had loads of comments, and then we did thematic analysis, and this is what came out. So, interestingly enough, we also got some additional results about things that we didn't ask for, which is very exciting. Quite a few people said, "No, I didn't read the subtitles." And one even said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn the subtitles on," and they were burnt into the files. So quite a few people, about half the group in the human translating one group said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't read the subtitles." And 10 people in the MTPE group, so a much smaller percentage, like 25%, said that they didn't read the subtitles. So to me, that suggests that the human subtitles were less intrusive. They are more like, the best subtitles are the ones that you never notice, as Nimba says. But the thing is, interestingly though, that even the people in the people in the MTPE group, the one that watched the machine translated ones, they said those 10 people that said I didn't read the subtitles. In other parts of the questionnaire, they actually commented on the subtitles about stuff that was in the subtitles, about errors they found, or in an idiomatic way. So they clearly read them, but they just claimed that, "No, sorry, I didn't read them." And, well, if they say they didn't read them, we must believe them, but I'm sort of, is that really so? Yeah. And speed was only noticed in the MTPE condition, which is not surprising, really, because the MTPE version was faster, because it was commercially made and didn't adhere to the national guidelines. And I'll come back to speed again, just to annoy Agnieszka. No, sorry. So the discussion about this is that viewers seem to be happier with a show when it's human translated. And I'm really glad that Hannah insisted on using this show, even though I hate it, because it really shows that it's not the show that I'm not liking as much as the subtitles. And they get annoyed when with the show when they watch with MTP subs. But most of the time, they can't say why. They're just annoyed. They didn't like the show. It was something wrong. And I mean, a few people commented and mentioned errors, but most of them just didn't like it as much. And with the quantitative measures that we used, we didn't find any, just the one significant difference that I told you about later, but all other differences were non-significant, which means that they don't count in academia. So there's clearly something going on. People get annoyed, but they don't know why. So that's why we want to follow this up with an eye tracking study, because when you use eye tracking, you can pinpoint things that don't reach the level of consciousness. So the things that annoy people, but they don't know why they're annoyed, that is something that we can find out stuff about when we use eye tracking. And that's what Hannah is doing right now. And also, of course, we can find out whether they read the subtitles, because you sort of follow their gazes. And I honestly think that they do read the subtitles, but they say they don't, and we have to believe it. So we also want to find out what subtitle reading speed, what part that plays in the whole thing. Now, the next bit of the talk is now going to be all about reading speed issues, because Amelia said that I should talk about this. And also, but I'll have you know that this is the same thing that I said at the subcom thing, for those of you who are there, and I'll wake you up when I'm done, so you don't have to listen to this. And the reason why it's going to be the same is that I'm still waiting for the grant to do the actual study. So that's the academia timeline for you. So nothing much has happened since subcom in February, I'm sorry. Anyway, subtitle reading speed then. It is a bit of a misnomer, because it's actually presentation speed. It says nothing about how fast people can read. It says how fast people must read if they want to keep up with it. So we're thinking about using just subtitle speed instead, because reading speed is not the issue here. But, actually, reading speed is what we want to find out, and what Agnieszka has found out in quite a few studies. How fast can people read? And reading speeds have been increasing a lot. I mean, if you take my country, which is Sweden, by the way, as a starting point, it used to be 10 CPS, 10 characters per second, and it was 12, and it was 12 for some time. Then in the 90s, it became 15, and now with Netflix, it's 17. And now there's even pressure to remove the speed limits totally, so there would be no maximum speed at all. And that is the case for Ofcom, for instance. In Britain, they removed the recommended maximum reading speed like a year and a half ago. So, and that is why we've named our project Autobahn Subtitles, because if there are no speed limits, it's basically Autobahn, right? The German highways, and no maximum speeds. And I'd love to hear from you, Scott, if you have gone fully out Autobahn on DreamWorks or not. But we'll come back to that. Anyway, and there is some pressure to remove it. And there's, particularly from I've written, sort of being all polite here and saying some intralingual subtitle users, but it's basically to do with deaf and hard of hearing people. They want it all. They don't want any censorship. They want the full dialogue, everything. No censorship. They want all of it. Not realizing that if we have verbatim subtitles, Autobahn subtitles, they won't be able to see the picture, because then they would suffer from what Pablo Romero Fresco calls subtitle blindness. That means that you just watch the subtitles and nothing else. Or you start skipping subtitles. I mean, there are different ways of solving that. And also for industry, of course, it makes sense to remove the maximum reading speed limits, because then you don't have to do a lot of condensation, you don't have to do a lot of paraphrasing, all those human skills that we sort of bring added value to the subtitles, which means that we can get rid of quite a few of you, right? So, yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to be belligerent about this. Anyway, so we're sort of seeing a movement towards Autobahn subtitles. And hasn't this been studied? Yes, it has, by Agnieszka and by other people as well. And they have done some very solid work, but the problem with that, of course, is that this is very hard to research. So that means that you have to do snapshots, if you will. You have to do, if you do eye tracking particularly, it's very time consuming, and it's going to be very hard to find enough participants, which means that quite a few of the studies that have been made are made on quite not very many people, so the participants are typically like around a dozen people or so in each study. They tend to be the people that you can make to come and do it, so university students a lot. And because eye tracking produces an enormous amount of data. It's hard to have them watch longer clips than, say, 5 minutes. And many of these studies are based on like half a minute, like Sanford, for instance, that the Ofcom report, that the Ofcom guidelines used as the basis for that was people just watching for half a minute. And you can read really quickly if you just read for half a minute. So we wanted to find out more about the broader population, but that is a huge task, and I'll come back to how we plan to do it, and that's why we want to have all these, well, millions of euros actually. It's going to cost a lot. So what we wanted to find out in this project, and this is like a huge project with people from all over the world, we want to find out if what the current situation is and whether subtitles that are produced today for streaming follow the established guidelines, and we've finished that. And then the most important question, of course, is whether viewers can keep up with autobound subtitles. And we don't know that yet, but I have some pilot study results that I'll show you. So a bit of terminology then. Autobound subtitles, I told you about that, but we also measured what Jan-Louis Kruger calls ghost subtitles. And these are subtitles where you notice that they're there out of the corner of your eye, but when you turn around to look at them, they're gone. And he has a crusade against that. He calls himself the subtitle Ghostbuster. But because his research shows, and other people's research also shows, that it takes some time to be aware that there is a subtitle and move your gaze down there. And it depends on your hearing ability, actually, because if you're deaf or hard of hearing, you find the subtitle quicker in about 0.3 seconds. Whereas if you're a hearing person, you're slower, and it takes up to 0.8 of a second. So everything below 1 second is basically going to be missed by most people. Even if you have a very short subtitle, so even if the CPS is 12, but it's only there for like half a second, if it's just a yes or a no, people still won't be able to read it because they need to find it first. Yeah? Now, so what we mainly investigated Netflix for this, and we don't have a beef with Netflix, it's just that they're the biggest ones and they're setting the trends. And their guideline says 17 characters per second, as I'm sure you're aware, for all alphabet-based languages, or at least Latin alphabet-based languages, except for English, which is 20, due to issues that I won't go into here now, but English is different then. And the minimum is 20 frames, so less than a second. So that is probably ill-advised, but that's in their guidelines. And the max is 7 then. And then what we wanted to find out was whether these guidelines were followed. So we did a big study on this, investigating almost 4 million subtitles in 21 different languages, mainly from Netflix, but also from Prime Video. And we checked Australian, Belgian, Danish, Finnish, Spanish, and Swedish subtitles with 21 source languages then. And these were the people involved in it. And what we found out then was that there were, for the English ones, there were about 15% that were above 20 CPS. So in about 15% of the cases, the subtitles were faster than 20 CPS. And for the other languages, it was about the same. There was a range, but most of them were around 15% were faster than the 17. So it doesn't matter what the topmost speed is, it tends to be broken by in about 15% of the cases. And Netflix allows this, by the way. So if you really dig down, they say, well, it's all right if it's a little bit faster. And so and there was about between 4 and 9% of ghost subtitles. So that's not very many, perhaps, but that means that 1 in every 20 subtitles you won't be able to read because you won't find it in time. And the pattern that we found that was the greater the language distance, the higher the CPS was, which is very counterintuitive. So that if you're subtitling into Polish, for instance, the English if you have an English source text, an English film, you're going to have a lower CPS count than if you subtitle a Korean film. And this is, this is very counterintuitive because presumably in Poland, you know English a lot better than you know Korean, right? Am I right? Well, I don't know anything about Poland really, but I assume so. So you sort of get help from the audio with the English ones, but not with the Korean ones. So from a viewer perspective, this is bad. The reason for this, we think, we haven't checked this yet, is that the use of EMTs as pivot translations. So you don't translate from the Korean, you translate from the English EMT. And if you don't know what they're actually saying in Korean, you're reluctant to remove anything because it could be important, right? Which means that the CPS is going to be up there with the English 20 CPS and above. So, but that's not good from a viewer perspective, I'd say. So the answer to the question of whether the guidelines are followed is no, not really. So we know that. So that means that we're basically racing towards a situation where we have autobahn subtitles. So we know then that speeds set out in guidelines are not followed, and we're racing towards autobahn subtitles. And it matters to some people. I'm sure it matters to quite a few people in this room. But does it matter to the viewers? I mean, those are the people for whom we do this. So we want to find out, building on the work of Agnieszka and other good people, we want to do bigger studies to see if viewers can keep up. And that's why we're asking for all this money. We want to do reception studies on comprehension and enjoyment. Do people keep up? Do they understand what's going on? Can they retain information, or is it just lost? And do they enjoy the verbatim subtitles? So, and for this we used a good show because I'm sick and tired of Mountain Monsters. So we used Derry Girls, which is a Northern Irish sitcom with very high-speed dialogue. And we need a really high-speed dialogue because we wanted there to be a clear difference between the stipulated, the edited subtitles and the verbatim subtitles. And the participants are to watch 2 full episodes, and the episodes are between half an hour and 45 minutes. So it's not just 5 minutes or something, it's a longer thing. And so we want to show them 1 episode as streamed and 1 with autobahn subtitles then. And we want a broad range of participants for this. So we want relevant numbers, so at least 40 or 50 in per group. And we want groups that have different ages. So old people, young people, middle-aged people, with different language backgrounds. That's particularly important in my part of the world, where there are loads and loads of immigrants. 1 in 4 Swedes now have an immigrant background, and they may not know English as well, and they may not know Swedish as well. So how are they affected by this? And with different hearing abilities, and this has been researched a bit already. So different ages, different language backgrounds, different hearing abilities, and loads of people. And we want to do this with both questionnaires and with eye tracking. So this is very, very ambitious. But if we get to do this, we actually know about whether the speed matters. So it's worth it. Okay, so here's a pilot that Pablo did in Spain. And Spain is, of course, a dubbing country, so subtitling, they're not that used to it, particularly the older viewers. And he had quite a few so he did an online study similar to the Mountain Monsters thing. So people watched an episode online, and then there was a questionnaire to see whether they understood what was going on and whether they enjoyed it. And here are the results from that. So this is a limited study, but still, you want some results, don't you? You can just telling you about what I want to do. You want to know whether it actually has worked. He has 3 groups, and watched edited or verbatim versions, then autobahn versions. Because you can't say verbatim if it's translated subtitles, can you? Because that's a different language. You have to reformulate anyway. So, and we found that people enjoyed the edited ones better, even though they were quick Netflix-style things. They were less of an effort to read. They were less frustrating. People did not think they were too fast, and they had more time for the images. So on all these counts in this pilot, people enjoyed the edited versions rather than the autobahn versions. So going autobahn may be a bad idea. Then we also did the comprehension, or Pablo did the comprehension tests, and people understood the subtitles and could remember the content of the subtitles much better in the edited versions. And that also goes for the episode as a whole, where we also tested for things that weren't only in the subtitles, which were in the visuals and so on. So people scored a lot better with the edited versions. So a few answers for you then. Guideline speeds are not kept, we know that. And we're racing towards, I've said that 3 times now. And there are some problematic ghost subtitles, and the early results show that it may be hard for viewers to keep up. And we need more comprehensive studies, so we know for sure. And we plan the future studies. Pablo is doing a bigger study, follow-up study now in Spain. And in Sweden, I want to do both questionnaires and eye tracking, if I get the funding, for loads of people, deaf, elderly, and recent and settled immigrants to do this, to watch the 2 versions and see how well they do, how well they enjoy it, and how well they remember stuff. And in Australia, Jan-Louis Kruger is also doing this intralingually with eye tracking of the same episodes. So, I've talked a long time now, I think. You know, when you see conclusion, you know, he's about to shut up now, which is a good thing. So, I'm not arguing with this. I mean, this is obviously, AI is not the future, it's the present, and it's a great tool, and I use it myself daily, several times, also for translation, so AI, good thing, yes, definitely. But we need to be aware of the weaknesses as well as the advantages, because the advantages, we hear about them all the time. It's cheap, it's fast, and you learn a lot. It's sometimes got errors in it, but who cares? So we want to really find out what the weaknesses are so we know how to counter them. If they indeed contain a lot of errors, then we need to train post-editors to find these errors and stop them, for instance. So we can use it for the benefit of the viewers. And we need to know what the effects of AI and high-speed subtitles are. And I think that the focus here, I mean the focus for many others is we need to keep our jobs, right? But I think the overarching concern should be for the viewers, for the end users, all end users, not just for university students or smaller groups that are more easily to test. So we need to produce subtitles that are not just there, but which do a good job, and that people have the time to read, and which are not full of errors, because I think that watching television or movies with subtitles that actually help you understand it is the right for every viewer. I mean, if we don't do that, then there's no point in doing it at all, I think. So, that's me done. Would you believe it?
Thank you, Ian. Great timing, by the way.
Oh, good.
Yes, we have time for 2-3 questions.
Hi. First of all, thank you for fascinating presentation and presenting the results of your studies. I have one comment and one question.
Mm-hmm.
The comment is, Netflix recently changed its guidelines about ghost subtitles.
I wasn't aware. Thank you for telling me.
They strongly discourage subtitles that are shorter than a second now.
Good.
And this came a bit out of the blue for me. And now, thanks to you, I understand the rationale for it. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for telling me.
The question is, where can I find the research you published already?
Yes, well, the published research you can find in Journal of Audiovisual Translation, because that's where we published that study in 2022. The one with the reading speed we haven't done yet, so that's not published. And the things that comes out of Hannah Hogstrom's thesis will be available when she's done. And due to academic timelines, that's going to be in 2 years. so that's why I'm telling you stuff about it now, because you're not going to want to wait 2 years. But yeah, so the only thing that's available now, but that is available free of access online, is the JAT article. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Amalie?
Thank you very much for this, Jan. Christoph and Olga and their committee had to work very fast on this conference, but part of the reason you were approached this late is, of course, my fault, as always. But one of the good things about you is that you recognize substance and quality, and you are willing to react quickly. So we thank you very much.
Well,
I thank you very much for your flexibility. Just very quickly, the machine translation being introduced in 2020 confused me a little bit, because we've been dealing with this for decades. But I'm sure there's, but just a very quick, and then the ghost subtitles, the yes in a second or under, would that also apply when we're talking cinema? Because there's a whole different focus between, there's big difference between the home screen and the cinema. So.
Right. So first question first. Well, I'll use 2020. I mean, this is a variable thing, and as you say, it's been around for some time. But in 2020 is when it was introduced broadly into commercial channels everywhere, I think. Well, it's when Ayuno started saying that they did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. But also it started. I think we can safely say it started earlier, and the pressure to lower the fees also started earlier, because it would always be introduced as this will save you 20 to 25% of the time which did not hold up, of course. But that means we can lower the fee in a commensurate way.
Yeah. That's always, Media Textana tells me that every time they introduce something new, it saves 30% of the time. It's always 30%, regardless of what EMT's 30%. Yeah, and so they lower the fees by that. But it was newly introduced well, I've said Ayuno now, so I'm going to well continue to say that. In 2020, and that is when they started saying that they did it, and they wanted people to lower their rates at Ayuno in Sweden. So that's the starting point that I'm using. And your other point was about ghosts in the cinema. I'm sure there are ghosts in the cinema too. I've seen quite a few, actually, like The Others with Nicole Kidman. That's a very good movie. Now, joking aside, no, I don't think that has been tested. And it's quite possible that the conditions for cinema are very different, so people may be able to focus more quickly. On the other hand, the distance on the big screen is much bigger as well, so that means that there are things in favor of ghost subtitles, which is that people are more focused, but the greater distance for the eye to travel sort of may counter that. The thing is, it's very difficult to do eye tracking in the cinema. It's not impossible, because you can have eye tracking glasses now, but I don't think it's. Does any of you? I don't think it's been done.
Okay, that is an interesting point, because in several countries, at least that I know of, there is a difference in the reading speed between cinema and home screen translations.
Yes, there is.
It's being taught that way.
Yeah, so it's faster in the cinema. Yeah, and you can also have longer lines, and that's probably true, because you have a captured audience in the cinema. We haven't tested this. We don't know if it's true, but that's the received wisdom of the ages, isn't it? But it hasn't been tested, as I say. And also, reading speed doesn't matter when it comes to ghost subtitles, really, because the reading speed could be really slow. If the exposure time is really, really short, it doesn't matter.
You've asked for it, no? No, thank you for the great talk. I'm a great fan of your talks, so it's nice. I'll save my reading speed questions for the coffee break. I wanted to ask you about the online study on machine translation. We did something very similar, but we used raw machine translation and professional translation. So I wanted to ask, why didn't you use the raw machine translation, which is so common now, without any post-editing, etc.? What we did, we tested TED Talk on YouTube using English to Polish translation versus professional translation. We did this online. We can compare notes. Maybe we had like I think 100 people. Half of them watched the empty version, half of them professional, and in each case, half of them thought it's like they watched the other version, so they couldn't tell.
No, they couldn't tell.
They couldn't tell. They had no idea, right? So even if they watched the professional, really good subtitles, half of them thought it's machine translation, which is pretty sad, I think. So how about raw machine translation? Why not use it?
Well, why they thought it was machine translation is people tend to be cynic when they ask you. They don't want to be gullible and think that it was so they tend to over-report, I think, on machine translation. The reason why we didn't use raw machine structure, it all depends on what you want to find out. We wanted to find out what the reaction to the current state of affairs is. And in Sweden on commercial TV, both public broadcast and commercial TV, raw machine translation is not the standard at the moment. So MTP translation is, but not raw machine translation. So we wanted to find out what the effects of that was. And I think in a way, if you use raw machine translation, we would probably find more significant differences because they are, I mean, post-editing matters, of course, and it becomes really a lot better. And I just rejected a paper that said that it probably did because we all realized that it did. But never mind. Yeah, so there would have been greater differences. We used raw, but we wanted to find out what the current situation is.
All right.
Hello, thank you for your presentation and conclusions, especially. And I have a question. Do you, as a Stockholm's university, recommend and present your study to, for example, Netflix? And the answers, etc., etc.?
Well, that's a very good question. Stockholm University doesn't have a problem at all with us sharing our research results, obviously not. And I've been talking to Netflix sort of naively quite a lot about reading speed issues. And they're very, very kind, and they're very, very polite. And they say, thank you for reaching out, and I'll buy your book. And nothing happens. That's not true, I just hear from Anja.
I was going to say that they actually do something different, and we've noticed it with your research, with our research. They read it, they take it, they give our examples in their guidelines, but they never say they did.
Oh, right.
So there are examples in the Netflix guidelines from articles, from books, from conference presentations, but they're never recognized.
Right, okay, so they nick our research then, basically. Fair enough. Well, also, as you pointed out, if they in fact have increased the minimum exposure time, then it actually matters. Yeah, but yeah. So maybe I'm being too cynical here, but maybe they do care. And we do try to reach out to them and tell them about this, because I think these are the people who actually need to hear it. I mean, I don't need to tell you that human subtitles are good. I mean, there are other people who need to hear that.
All right, thank you, Jan. And now please welcome our next speaker, Paweł Aleksandrowicz from Maria Curie-Skłodowska University in Lublin.
Okay, thank you. I will leave the preacher's booth maybe and come closer to you. Hello, everyone. I'd like to say that I'm happy to be here, and it's an honor to be speaking to so many distinguished representatives of the industry. I know you value your time, so I'll try to make my presentation insightful, interesting, fun, as much as I can, so that it is worth your while. As you can see, I'll be talking about the thing, well, everybody's been talking about over the past 3 or 4 years, and that's AI. Like Amelie said, it's not actually a new discussion. Whoops. How does this work? This thing? Nope. Ah, okay. The other way around. Okay. It's not a new discussion. Earlier, before AI, we had neural machine translation. Before neural machine translation, we had, I guess, plain machine translation. So it's been with us for like years. And but it seems to have intensified. Maybe the new AI-generated texts seem more human. Prior to AI, I think it was clear to everybody that the technology is not there yet. And now some people think that the technology is already there, we can implement it, and that's to the benefit of the clients. Basically, that's the point. the discussion has been mostly between translators and clients. And in simple terms, there are more stakeholders in the business, but this is basically the two groups that have been playing kind of like a tug of war and exchanging arguments for and against AI. Let's look at some of these really quickly, and I'll move on to my research. Translators keep saying that implementing AI means lower wages. Clients include more post-editing, there's less translation from scratch. Some clients just go for raw machine translation, so there's basically less work. Translators say that the quality, the AI output is poor, AI doesn't understand context, AI mixes flexive endings, doesn't understand idioms, and so on. It's basically, the translation is basically worse. They also say viewers might not like it. They point to all the scandals where news breaks out that somebody did something with AI and people got angry on the web. They also say that talent is quitting, that experienced translators are leaving the business, and there are fewer new translators. There's less influx of new talent. I can confirm that as an academic teacher. I teach translation, and we do get fewer candidates, and the people that do come basically are confused about this profession, whether they should invest the time and the effort in learning a profession that might be gone in 5 years. They are basically disgruntled, they are unmotivated, so it is definitely a problem. But in fact, this is actually the problem of the clients, because when some people resign and new people don't come in, well, the people who do stay, well, might enjoy smaller competition, so hooray for translators, I guess. They also say that work is not enjoyable. If you ask any film translator why they do it, they will say that, or maybe let me put it differently. Nobody's going to say that, yeah, I translate films because I dreamed my entire life of correcting texts generated by a machine. Nobody's going to say that. Everybody's there because they want to be like the creative force behind the movies. They want to co-author in a way or have their share in creating the content that they like, that they enjoy. And post-editing seems to take a lot of the fun that used to be inherent and the satisfaction that used to be inherent in the job away. Clients say, well, from our point of view, this is cost-effective. This is cheap. We can offer better prices to our end clients. We can be more competitive. The competition uses AI, so we're kind of forced to using it if we want to be competitive and if we want to stay on the market. They also say that AI quality is good enough. The question marks are not a typo. I was at a conference 2 years ago in Budapest, and there was a representative of Ayuna who kind of outlined this line of reasoning to me. He said that it's really easy to translate a text and make it 70–80% correct or accurate. What is the most difficult, what takes the most time, effort, money, and skill is to up this correctness from 80 or something up to 100 or 99. This is where most resources are allocated in the translation process. Maybe we can economize on that. Maybe the audiences are happy with 80 or 90% correctness, and only a few people can actually recognize the nuance in the translation and all the nice stuff. Maybe it's just other translators or academics and so on. But the general audience doesn't care and doesn't see that this is doesn't see the point in that effort because well they just don't recognize it. Another argument is that big volumes are now translatable really quickly, and it's hard to argue with that. Every minute, there are 500 hours of video content uploaded on YouTube. 500 hours every minute. No translation team can deal with such volumes. So, reasoning is maybe we can employ AI and then make this content accessible to audiences not speaking the original language. They also say that it's better than nothing in many cases, especially in accessibility. There's a lot of content out there. We have people with people who are partially sighted, people who are deaf. It would be nice to make this content accessible to these people, but it's a lot of material. Maybe we can churn out AI accessibility and we're good, and it's better than nothing. It might not be the best quality, but it's there. I was at a conference 2 months ago in Palermo, and I in AVT, and we had a talk with some panelists about this argument, and they said that when it comes to accessibility, the first time a deaf person or a blind person comes across some accessibility and it's low quality, they get discouraged from using it altogether because they think, okay, this audio description thing, you know, I heard it once, it's really bad, I'm not going to use it. It's horrible. Later on during the day, we'll have a talk from Anya, so she'll talk about accessibility and AI a little bit more, so she might provide you with some more arguments. What I can say though, another maybe counter argument to that argument is this. Let's imagine that I'm really into Korean drama, and it's not translated, it's not available anywhere, but there is a streaming service that caters to this particular taste in movies. So I look it up, and I see that it does offer translation in Polish or in English, doesn't matter. So I pay, and it turns out that this translation is such low quality that I can't really watch it. I can't enjoy it. Maybe the subs are fast, and I need to pause the movie every time there's a sub to be able to read it. Or there are so many errors, it bothers me. You know, I should go home, you know, brain dead, Netflix and chill, but I need to pause every sub. Where's the chill in that? So maybe it's not better than nothing, because maybe nothing is better than wasting your money, okay? Because I pay, I can't use it. Maybe if I knew it's not translated, well, I still wouldn't use it, but at least I would have my money on me. And clients are saying that, yeah, AI maybe does take jobs, sure, but it creates new jobs. Like you can be an AI dubbing specialist, or something like that. Technology has always been evolving, you know, jobs have always been evolving, some jobs disappeared, some jobs changed into something else, maybe that's the natural course of events, and everybody should deal with it, because that's life. And all the people, both sides of the debate, are concerned with legal implications. We'll have, again, some talks on that later on during the day. But, you know, it's copyrighted material. Can I translate it? Does it leak out if I generate the translation somewhere, I don't know, in a data center in Texas, or God forbid, in China? We all, like, sign non-disclosure agreements. Is that disclosure? So there's that. So this is basically the debate, more or less, the arguments on both sides. But kind of like this internet meme. Isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? Like, what about the viewers? What if we ask the viewers, we test the viewers, and then we can have a better discussion, a more informed discussion on what audiovisual translation should look like. Like Jan said, this is the people who we're doing this for. So how about we ask the viewers and see what they have to say? And this is where my research comes in, but no man is an island. There is previous research, but like Jan said, academia is very slow. There isn't, and AI is relatively new, so there isn't a lot of research that's valuable. A lot of it is rushed. There is some research, but a lot of it is rushed. The experiment designs are pretty bad, so the results are basically rubbish. But what I would like to point your attention to is two interesting studies that I think are worth your attention. One is by Calvo Ferrer. Can you tell the difference? A study of human versus machine-translated subtitles. What this researcher did is he took 8 humorous clips, he translated 5 using ChatGPT, and 3 of these clips were translated by a professional subtitler. This was English to Spanish, and then he took 119 translation students as participants, and he showed them the clips. They didn't know which one is which, and they were to tell, okay, this one's human, this one's ChatGPT, just ChatGPT again, that's human, okay? So they were to guess which one is whose. And they were also, that's the first thing, there was also a second thing, they were to rate the quality, whether it's a good translation or a bad translation. And perhaps surprisingly, or perhaps unsurprisingly, because Jan spoiled that slide a little bit, viewers could not accurately distinguish between the modes of translation. And they also considered the quality to be comparable. There's also another interesting study by these researchers. It's about a Mexican telenovela translated into English. These researchers took a 20-minute clip in free translation. One was human, the other one was machine translation. The translation was an AI translation generated by Aptech, and then post-editing. They showed it to 200 English-speaking participants, and here are the results. Post-editing scored slightly higher than human translation and much higher than machine translation. Machine translation was the worst across all metrics. I'll show you what the metrics are in a second because my study is based on the same methodology. But what is very important here is that the post-editor was not constrained in any way. So what they did is they basically rewrote almost the entire text, and the researchers basically ended up with machine translation and 2 human translation because most of the post-editing was basically rewriting or substituting the post-edited, the AI with a human translation. But it's a great study because I followed that study in my own research, and it allowed me to avoid these pitfalls. Here's my study. I chose a Belgian movie in French. I'll come to this in a second. It's a horror/comedy drama. It's about an old vampire. Her name is Olga, and she's sent to sorry for that. No resemblance to actual people in the room. She's sent to a retirement. She's an old vampire. She's sent to a retirement home by her daughter Simone, who is also a vampire. And the idea is that she goes to the retirement home and feeds on the old people because they are bound to die soon anyway. And it's a horror because it's vampires. It's comedy. But it's also drama because the movie contains some social commentary on how we in our Western societies treat elderly people, that they are sent to retirement homes where their job is basically to die really quickly because they are a burden to society. It's a short film, and I didn't want a fragment. I wanted a short film, an entire story told in a short not a full feature, but an entire story with the setup, with how the story unfolds, and with the punchline to see how AI does it, how post-edited does it, and so on, so that my audience watches an entire thing. I wanted it to be in a different language than English because, like Jan said, Poles speak English really well. There's this thing called English Proficiency Index, which measures how well people speak English in a given country, and Poland is in top 20. So I wanted something in a language my audience doesn't speak to make them understand the story only through the translation, only through the subtitles. I received a French language script from the director in a Word file, and this is what I did when it comes to preparing DMT. First of all, I created a template, I spotted it, so I created ready-made French language subtitles. What I also did is I did something called asset QC, which is correcting language errors. Surprisingly, there were quite many of those in the French text. And I basically polished the text a bit so that it was nice and clean. This is an important step because everybody who's been a translator knows that the materials we get are not always of good quality. Sometimes they are pristine, and that's awesome, but sometimes they contain errors, they contain misunderstandings, spelling errors, whatever. Sometimes text is entirely missing, bits and pieces are missing in the template, and a translator realizes something is an error right away, and they correct it as they go. AI doesn't reason, so it takes everything it gets, at face value. So if I didn't correct it, the results would be worse than they were. So this is an important step. Then what I did is I tested various large language models. I tried Aptech, so the one in the previous study. You might have heard about them. They had a huge deal with Deluxe to provide AI translations. They were the worst. 90% of the subs were about something completely different than the original. It hallucinated so much, I was astonished that it can be so bad. In translation, the movie was about something completely different than the original. So I didn't use this, obviously. I also tried Happy Scribe out of maybe names that might ring a bell. But Happy Scribe uses automatic speech recognition, so it first recognizes the dialogue and transcribes it into text. So it misrecognized a lot, and then it translates that text into the target language. So to the misrecognition, it also added mistranslations, and the quality was also bad. Even when I substituted the text, it did recognize with like my proper template, the results were still poor. Ultimately, I also tried some other things, but ultimately I settled for DeepL. If you use Easy Titles, which is the subtitling software, they have a feature called Subtitling Assistant. You can buy tokens and pay for like the translation, the automatic translation of the subs with these tokens. And this is what I did. It was not great, not terrible. About 50% of the subs were okay. It was still bad, but it was best of the things that I could find. So it was the highest quality, well, respect in context, so to say. So I chose DeepL, and then I did some light machine translation QC. So I had some lines that were too long, that were very long. I decided to divide them, for the sake of display, so I wouldn't have any display issues like, 3 lines instead of 2, stuff like that. So notice what I did. I had to polish the text before I input it into the machine, and then I had to polish the output once I got the text. So wasn't it supposed to be like the other way around, that AI does stuff for us and not, it was me doing stuff for AI? Isn't it? I don't think that's not what I've been promised. But anyway, so I polished it and it was kind of okay, acceptable. Here's the quality, more or less. Male and female flexive endings were confused on a regular basis. I think this is something translators report that is a problem when you translate into a flexive language like Polish. So you have a female speaker speaking with masculine grammar. Literal translation led to sense loss. I'll show you a nice example on the next slide. Markers of spoken language were translated literally, resulting in nonsense. That's also something Jan mentioned. It's, for example, in French, when you say, in spoken French, you often add, or you sometimes add a pronoun at the end of your sentence, like an extra pronoun. Tu viens, toi? Are you coming? But if you translate it literally, is are you coming, you? Okay? And that's what the MT looked like. Are you coming, you? There was a song in that short film. At the very end, it was the punchline of the story about, the social commentary and how we treat the elderly. And how songs are, they're kind of like poetry, so meaning is hidden under metaphors, stuff like that. They need special treatment in translation to kind of fish out the meaning and recreate it. The AI didn't do it. It was devoid of sense. It was meaningless. And segmentation was improper, kind of like in Jan's studies, unsyntactic. Here's an example of the machine translation. You have the French on top and English translation at the bottom. Simone says when she sends Olga to the retirement home, we'll do as we said, you will deal with those who, in French it's de ceux qui sentent le sapin. It's an idiom, it means who smell pine, meaning kind of like the English text says, who are 1 foot in the grave. And then this dialogue returns, this idiom returns slightly later when they do come to the retirement home. Olga says, leave me here and I will kill you. And then Simone says, come down, sapin, sapin, sapin. Remember, 1 foot in the grave, there'll be food, so don't worry. This is what it looks like in the Polish translation. Zajmiesz się tymi, którzy pachną sosną. Smell like pine. So there's an error here. And then later on, if you leave me here, I'll kill you. No już, jodła, jodła, jodła. Come down, fur, fur, fur. So they changed the... It didn't recognize that it's an idiom, and also because I don't think it reasons in like a consistency kind of thing. So it didn't recognize that there's a return to that idiom, that it's a throwback to what we had earlier, and for some reason, I don't know why, it changed the species of the tree. But yeah, artificial intelligence, I guess. Well, you get the point. So that's more or less the quality of the MT. So I had my MT subs, and I also needed translation, I needed post-editing. So both the translator and the post-editor received the same template, the one I created as the MT, so everybody kind of had equal chances, so to say, worked on the same materials. You can see the technical specs and the brief to the translator, so that subtitles needed to adhere to these technical specs. Notice that the MT did not. MT was faster than the specs, it did not respect the specs, which will have its repercussions in a few slides. The final text needed to be correct, of publishable quality, subtitles needed to be properly segmented. Translators could change the spotting, the subtitle layout, divide subs, split subs, combine subs, whatever. If possible, subtitles needed to fit the editing, respect shot changes, and the translator and the post-editor were informed about the target audience. Moving on, because in the study that I was inspired by, the post-editor was not constrained in any way. I decided I need to constrain the post-editor in some way, and I decided to go for a time limit. So the translator that worked from scratch had to measure her time. The time it took her to translate it from scratch. And the translation took 3 hours. Now, again, we've been told that AI is, above all, a productivity tool. So you can do more faster. Again, the guy at Ayuno said that, sure, we're going to pay you less money per minute of material, but you can do more minutes because, it's a productivity tool. So at the end of the day, you end up with the same daily wages, no big deal. So, okay, 3 hours, so I need to give my post-editor less time than that. She got 2 hours. 2 hours, you need to post-edit this in that time. Okay.
You were very generous.
Okay, but given 2/3 of the original time, she managed to edit, maybe we can have a guess from the room. She managed to edit how much? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, okay, that's a quarter or a half. No, the answer... The answer is already there on the slide. Given 2/3 of the original time, she managed to edit 2/3 of the MT. So the productivity thing, is it actually real? Not in this study, at least. And this is what she wrote me once she submitted the file after the post-editing. I wanted to change everything and imbue the translation with some life. The MT was often literal, devoid of the tone and the emotion of the original. The subtitles were often too fast and required editing or reduction. In many cases, they did not respect the shot changes. So there was a lot of stuff that she needed to do with the subs for them to be of publishable quality. It took a lot of time. She could have translated it from scratch, and the workload would be more or less the same. Participants. Poland used to be a voiceover country, but there's this nice study by Agnieszka again and Gabriela Flis, who learned that, or maybe confirmed what we already know, that young viewers are shifting from voiceover to subtitles. They tend to watch subtitles more often than voiceover. I can confirm that because I had a demographic questionnaire at the beginning of the experiment, and I asked about, the preferred modes of translation. And my participant also said that they prefer watching movies and series and content in general with subs. So hence young people are the participants in this study. I had 120 young viewers that I randomly divided into 3 groups. They were paid money for participating in the experiment, so I made sure that they fulfill 4 criteria to qualify for the money. They needed to be aged between 18 to 25. They needed to be native speakers of Polish. They couldn't speak French, and they couldn't have any prior knowledge of film translation, so that, again, the results are not biased. And obviously, they had no information about the type of subtitling they are going to watch. So what I did is I asked people to come, promised them money, and said that you're going to watch a short film that's subtitled, and this is an experiment on subtitling, and just fill in a questionnaire and I give you 100 zlotys. So they didn't know what they were watching, that AI was even an option. Here's the study design, again, based on a different study. There was a demographic questionnaire before the screening, then they watched the video, and then there was another questionnaire involving these. I will come to these in a sec, one by one. Comprehension. There were 8 questions that were asked, in which I asked about stuff that was precisely in the dialogue, and it was a true-false exercise, but I also added the answer, I don't know, thinking that, maybe if the translation is low quality, then maybe, viewers will not know some of the answers. And I encouraged the participants to, if they were hesitant or if they didn't know, to mark the I don't know answer. And kind of, I think, like in Jan's presentation, listening to it, I had a lot of confirmation bias, by the way, so same thing here. The results were very similar. Sure, human translation scored the highest, and most people knew the answers, unlike in the previous ones. But the differences are small, the results are not statistically significant. So yeah, in academia we say that the film is a multimodal text, meaning there's obviously dialogue, but there's also image, there's also sound, the tone of voice, and so on. All of this carries information. You can infer a lot of information, even if you don't understand, even if you don't get something from the dialogue. So no difference here. But let us move on. Engagement. First, in the table, there's ease of cognitive access. So these were questions like these are answers to questions like reading the subtitled involved a lot of effort. Strongly agree, strongly disagree, somewhat agree. I use a 5-point Likert scale. Post-editing subtitles turned out to be the easiest to understand. They involve like the least cognitive effort. Followed closely by human translation, and then machine translation was the worst. The ones in green are statistically significant, so there was a statistically significant difference between machine translation and post-editing. Machine translation was the worst. I think that's kind of like makes sense. If the dialogue was nonsensical, people had to put it together, think about it much more. It was less kind of like effortless. So it involved more effort. Post-editing was the least effortless, and I remember reading somewhere that post-edited texts are simple, if not simplistic, that the nuance is gone and so on. The message is very straightforward, so maybe that's the case. Narrative presence is next. Narrative presence is when you lose the track of time when watching a movie. You sit and all of a sudden it's 2 hours later. So they answered questions like, the movie created a world for me and I was engrossed in that world, but it disappeared when the movie finished, something like that. So that's narrative presence. Human translation was the highest, and then the other ones were lower. The other ones were worse. Narrative involvement is next. This is similar, so let me describe these together. Involvement is when you are involved in the story. So these were questions like, I wanted to know what's going to happen next. I wanted to know how the movie is going to finish. And again, human translation was the highest, and the others were worse. Post-editing was surprisingly lower than machine translation, but these results are not statistically significant. Human translation is definitely the best, and statistically speaking, it was very close for these results to be statistically significant, but they didn't pass the threshold. The threshold of statistical significance in academia, in science, is 0.005. This was 0.010. So it was really close, and I do think that this result is meaningful. Empathy, sympathy, whether you empathize or sympathize with the characters, no difference here. Humor reception, this is interesting because MT scored the highest. It was the funniest, apparently. I thought that, well, designing the experiment, I thought, okay, AI doesn't understand jokes, or the jokes are going to fall flat. It's going to be the least humorous of the three. It turned out to be the most humorous because, well, how do I know that? How do I know what happened? At the end of the questionnaire, there was an open question where the participants could write something they thought was pertinent to the experiment, but I didn't ask about it in the questionnaire, and they wrote, well, I thought that we are watching a nonsensical comedy. I thought you're like researching absurd comedies. I didn't realize that this is intentional, that the subs are so, I thought that it's intentional that the subs are so bad, that was the convention of the movie. That's why it scored the highest in humor. But also notice a thing. This movie was a comedy drama, okay? There was social commentary there. All of that was gone. Machine translation distorted the piece. It was absurd comedy and not, comedy drama. It was no longer thought-provoking. It was just, absurd, nonsensical, and so on. Hence the biggest score. Moving on. Perception. What's the difference between reception and perception? Here in engagement, I asked them indirect questions. So like, reading the subs involved a lot of effort. These were direct questions. Were the subs easy to understand, in your opinion? So that's the difference. And we have some statistically significant differences here, so let's take a look. Were the subs easy to understand? Post-edited was the highest, but followed closely by human translation, and machine translation was the lowest again. So viewers not only find it difficult to understand, like subconsciously or half subconsciously, but if you ask them directly, were the subs easy to understand? And say, no. Well written linguistically, that's next. Human translation had the highest score, followed by PE, and then machine translation. And this, again, kind of like the one up above, is statistically significant, meaning viewers do recognize that something is well written. It's not like errors pass under the radar. Some people say that, and I've seen even academic papers on that viewers can't see errors. Like, in my case, they did. In Jan's case, they did. Maybe it's like, maybe it depends on something we can't see yet, but viewers can appreciate a good text, and they can recognize and they can spot it, and they can rate it. There were fragments I found difficult to understand. Again, most fragments were in the MT part, and that's statistically significant. There were fragments I liked. No difference here, but I'll come to these two questions in a sec. Overall subtitle rating. Human translation was rated the highest, then PE, then machine translation the lowest. Again, there's a statistically significant difference between this and the other two. So again, hooray for humans, I guess. And another thing, I would watch other films with similar subtitles. This is an interesting question. Again, human translation will score the highest, followed by PE, and then MT was the lowest. So basically, summing up the numbers, MT was the worst at everything except humor, but we already know that this was distortion rather than translation. Post-editing was worse than human translation at everything beside the ease of understanding, and human translation was the best across all metrics beside the two that I mentioned. Let me move on. Fragments I liked and fragments I disliked. There were fragments I liked, there were fragments I disliked. People would mark strongly agree, disagree, and so on. And each of these questions was later followed by an open question. Okay, give me an example of stuff you liked, stuff you didn't like. And here are the results. There were fragments I found difficult to understand. Only 2 in human translation, 13 in post-editing, 18 out of 40 people, so almost a half, in machine translation. The people would mention the distorted flexive endings, the nonsense, the song that didn't have any sense, and so on. There were fragments I liked. Human translation, 13 out of 40. People would mention the jokes that they found funny, the fact that the characters spoke distinct languages, that they found it nice. The song, it was nicely translated, it rhymed, it fit the rhythm, there was meaning there. So people did notice that, and they were able to point it, okay, I like particularly this, and this bit. Post-editing, only 9 examples, interestingly enough, All the 9 come from the parts that the post-editor managed to post-edit in, the limited time. So there were some jokes she managed to convey in the translation accurately that the audiences didn't like. Nobody mentioned anything from the part that she didn't mention. She didn't manage to post-edit. And machine translation, 6 examples, they thought that it's a comedy, and they mentioned some of the nonsense that they found funny. And I want to leave you, this slide with something for you to consider. How do you think, which version would be more memorable? Like which translation would make your audience excited for a sequel? Okay, if you can remember stuff that happened, okay, I like this joke, I like that, okay, it worked, it was funny. I think that such translation will stay with audiences longer than something that's, bleak. Maybe, nonsense comedy, maybe they really enjoyed it, but that was not the point of the text. Moving on, reading speed. There were 3 questions, or really 1 question and 3 options. I was able to read everything in time. I missed a few words. I missed many words. By the way, this is from Agnieszka's study, the question she asked. So again, I got inspired there. I was able to read everything in time. 35 out of 40 in human translation. 5 people missed a few words. Post-editing. Post-edited was 2/3 of the text were fit to the reading speed. 1/3 was not. So we had a few more people who missed a few words. And then MT, the results speak for themselves. They were fastish, not everybody could keep up. Also notice the effort the post-editor did in this experiment. Moving on, at the very end, so the viewers filled in a demographic questionnaire, then they watched the movie, then there was the questionnaire proper, and at the very end, the last page was stitched. They would unstitch the page, read what the purpose of the experiment was, read which version of the 3 they watched, and there were some extra questions. For example, did you realize that subtitles are a machine translation, or in the case of post-editing, in part a machine translation? And again, maybe unsurprisingly, a lot of people did not. There were a few people who realized they are dealing with a machine translation. Some people at times had a notion that it might be machine translation. About a half, and about a half didn't realize that it's machine translation altogether. A lot of people were angry at themselves that they didn't realize. There were comments like that, damn it, I should have known it's MT. Some people said, I noticed the errors, but I thought that these subs were done by a student. Some people wrote, I thought you inserted these errors on purpose, that you're researching errors and whether we can spot them or no. But basically people were disgruntled with themselves, the ones who didn't notice that it was AI, or shocked that they didn't. A lot of people said, I thought I am able to recognize this. I thought I'm capable. But well, would you like to watch this film again, but with human subtitles, in these groups that watched the post-edited and the empty version? I guess the results, again, speak for themselves. Out of 40 people. What type of subs would you prefer? So nobody wants AI, apparently, out of these 120 people. Most were in favor of a professional translation. Some prefer generated by AI and then proofread by a professional, especially in the post-editing group. Although, almost everybody said that they would watch it again, but with human subs, so there's kind of some conflict there. And this is very interesting, AI bias. I think people are biased against AI, so what I wanted to do is I wanted to check if this is true, and the same question was asked twice. The participants were asked to rate the subs before knowing what type of translation they watched, and then in the debriefing, when I told them, now that you know that you watched AI or partially AI, would please rate this translation again and these subtitles again. And everybody rated that lower. And again, the fact that it's lower is statistically significant. People are biased against AI, and And well, summing up some of the numbers, I think that viewers, even if they don't know that they're watching AI, they can spot a good translation, they can appreciate a good translation, they can spot a bad translation, however they attribute the badness of the translation. Some of them can recognize it, for some of them this is important. They enjoy, even if they don't know that, that it's AI or something, they enjoy the movie less, they are less engaged, and if they do realize that it's AI, then oh boy, you're in trouble, because it's going to be even worse than when they are unaware that it's AI. And my last slide, I want to leave you with a few things to consider. Is this quality really good quality, good enough? Like, is this acceptable, publishable? When you think about the fact that, people don't really enjoy it, they can see the errors, the tone of the film is distorted, the message is gone. I don't know. What would happen, that's also an interesting thing, what would happen if this was not French? If this was English, that, some of our viewers understand? They could maybe spot the errors better. I asked specifically for people who can only say, ça va and voila, but what if it was English? And again, we speak English quite well as a nation, and they could listen to the original, notice the errors better. Most of the stuff we do is from English, so I think the results would be even worse. And well, is AI worth the risk? Now, knowing that people don't like it, maybe they can't spot it, but if they do, they are angry, they think it was worse than they actually thought it is. And you might have seen some of the drama that was out there in the industry. For instance, a few months ago, Disney announced that it's going to go full post-editing, and once the news broke out on LinkedIn, there were hundreds of negative comments under this information. It was very nasty, and can a company take the blow to its reputation? I think that in the end they kind of back down, but I don't know. Viewers don't like it. They can recognize that something's fishy. I don't know. Is it worth it? Well, it's your choice. So anyway, thank you, that's it from me. If you want to write me, here's my address. I can send you the slides if you're interested. You want to show them to your boss, no problem with that. Write me a message. And that's basically it. To quote the classic, thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you so much, Paweł. We have time for 2-3 questions. Okay.
Thank you, Paweł, for this great presentation. A few quick questions. So you used AppSec, HappyScribe, DeepL, and I was wondering why you didn't use more general LLM models from the ChatGPT or Claude families. And with DeepL, this was traditionally a neural machine translation. It is now using MML models as well, but it's sort of decides, or perhaps the user can decide, I don't know. So were you certain that it is actually using an MML for this specific translation? And then as you were talking about the results, you were comparing machine translation, human translation, and post-editing. And I was wondering what post-editing means here, because I feel it means different things for different people. So sometimes it means we actually want to have to dedicate much less time. We accept that the quality will not be good enough, or it will not be the same as a translation that has more time available. And we try to just fix the most obvious errors and try not to intervene too much in the text, whereas here, I feel it took the same amount of time. So I had the sense that you're not comparing human translation and post-editing. It's really human translation versus another human translation that was assisted or augmented by AI. So I would actually expect it to be better because it was a human translator who had the same amount of time and also had resources, also had text generated by AI. So we could expect this should be better, but in many cases it wasn't. And finally, you said people are biased against AI. And just a comment, maybe it's this feeling that I have. I read lots of books, including self-published books, and some of them are great, but sometimes as I read a book, I realize even the author hasn't fully read it with some self-published books. And then I think, why is it worth my time? So perhaps there's this sensation, like, if the producers, the people localizing it, didn't think this material is valuable enough to get proper translation, why me as a viewer would want to dedicate time to it? Why does it deserve my time? Thank you.
Okay, that's actually 4 questions. I don't know if this is allowed.
Question.
But as far as prompting, I didn't want anything with prompting because I think that's, again, you can say, well, why didn't you prompt it differently? You can always prompt something differently. I had funds for that study. I wanted to be proper in a way. I use a ready-made tool, no prompting involved, so that, you know, all this prompting discussion is beside me and I don't care. Because you can always say, well, you could have written that, you could have written something else. Your research sucks because your prompt was bad. Okay, so I didn't want that at all. That was your first question. Another question was about DeepL. Yes, it used to be neural machine translation, but now they advertise that it's AI, that it's LLM. It's kind of something hybrid, I guess. I don't know. I don't work there. So I don't know exactly what happens inside the the process, like from the IT point of view. In easy titles, you just have the option to use Google Translate, which didn't work for me for some reason. It didn't generate a translation. I don't know why this happened. And they DeepL, and that's that. And you can just adjust some, but I think it's only in Google Translate that there are some extra options you can choose, like tone, stuff like that. I don't think, if I remember correctly, that this is possible in DeepL. So they advertise that they are an LLM now and that the neural machine translation is LLM backed in some way. Whatever that means is, you know, my guess is as good as yours. So there's that. And there were 2 more questions and I already forgot. Okay. Oh yeah, post-editing. What does it mean? Well, I wanted to know myself. What does it actually mean, post-editing? To post-edit something. And I asked a few people from the industry, well, can you send me some guidelines? Is there anything out there in the Polish, especially in the Polish companies? And usually what people say, well, there are actually no guidelines. Stuff you say, the stuff you hear is just stuff like, just make it good. Just make it publishable. Okay, correct all the errors. Okay, so I see your point that it can mean different things to different people. So again, I couldn't find out any official guidelines, nothing like that. I decided, okay, I'm going to go for the time limit. You have the time limit, set the timer, do whatever you can at that time. You prioritize the text on your own, whether you, I don't know, go chronologically, whether you look at the most severe errors and correct them and leave everything as it is. Your choice.
Okay, one more quick question.
I wanted to play a devil's advocate for once. I'm sorry for that. Because what I was thinking, you used DeepL, you only inserted text into this LLM model. We often hear when someone sees bad subtitles that this person probably didn't have a video. And this AI model that you used also didn't have a video, but it is possible right now to feed AI models with videos as well as subtitles to translate. And were you thinking, for example, to replicate your research with inserting video to AI to give it a context?
That is a good question, again, but the problem is with prompting, and it's a problem I wanted to avoid because, every time there'll be somebody who will say, well, you could have written a better prompt. So again, I wanted to avoid that. I remember reviewing a study for Journal of Audiovisual Translation where they compared, the authors compared the different LLMs, with the same prompts and so on. And there was ChatGPT without the video, and there was ChatGPT with the video, so they compared the two. And paradoxically, ChatGPT with the video performed worse than the one without video. So, but again, there are no more studies, so I can't tell you anything else. Whether I would do it again, well, that's an open question. I don't know myself. I would like to do something with AI dubbing. That would be interesting, to check out some of the other tools in a different mode, like Try 11 Labs or Dubformer, and then juxtapose it with a proper translation, a proper dubbing, so to say a traditional dubbing. Maybe this one is proper as well. Let's not be, biased, like the people in the study, but with like a traditional dubbing and see what happens. Thing is also that the tools develop really quickly. That's also a problem with researching AI. Some models do well, and there are a lot of models. That's another problem, Łukasz could have asked, then I would do some model, then he would ask, well, why not a different model? Okay, why not a different prompt? So it can have a vicious circle debate, why not something else, why not something else, why not something else? But, well, I use this, and that's the results. Whether a video, I don't know. Whether that would be better, who knows?
All right, the last.
Thank you. Your presentation made me realize that we are also missing one group from the equation, and this is the filmmakers. And because it showed that the human translation gets the point across the best, conveys the intended meaning. The viewer might not know the intended meaning and doesn't know if he doesn't know the language. But I wonder what you think about this. Where do filmmakers, with the, limited influence on the localization process, come into this?
That's a good question. There's something that Pablo Romero Fresco researches, and he basically wants to include filmmakers in the entire localization process and make them more aware of how important this is. He calculated in one of his papers, he calculated the cost of localizing something, and it was between 1% and 1/10%, something like that, when it comes to the entire budget of the production. And then he juxtaposed it with the box office, and box office for, American movies, the foreign box office, so non-English box office is about 50% of the entire box office. So it shows how important localization is and how little it costs, in comparison. So it would be really great to make some of the authors aware. Some of them are aware, but I think they are a majority. And it would be great, like, for example, take Tarantino, who writes his own movies, and his dialogue is, the dialogue he writes is like his particular style. He's very particular about the dialogue lines that the characters say. So he could be, very angry at that. Could be, his anger would be really cinematic, so that would be nice. But I think we should reach out, and what Pablo is doing is really nice. Feel free to reach out to, Tarantino on your own.
All right, just quick comment from Emily.
A very quick comment. Thank you very much for this. It's really well done, very thought-provoking. I thought the one conclusion that I really like is the fact that the audience is in fact able to discern a good translation when they see one. And I don't think it matters so much whether the other stuff is machine translated, post-edited, whatever it is. They recognize quality, even from languages they don't know. We all do. We recognize that we understand what's going on, and it's well written. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, guys, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, we have a 15 minutes break.
How much? How much?
Coffee, 15 minutes.
Oh, more like 25 minutes. And you can ask all the questions to speakers there. Please welcome our next speaker, Vice President, DreamWorks Localization.
All right, keep testing. You guys hear me okay? Mic's good? All right. I'm gonna go off of what you do. I'm gonna stand in front, make it a little bit more engaging here. Also battling some jet lag, so I have my cheat sheet, so forgive me as I look down a few times here. So I oversee, oh, feels very echoey. Hello, hello, testing. I oversee a dubbing workflow at DreamWorks Animation on the television side. I should point out, I don't oversee subtitles. It's not part of my workflow, so I'm coming at it from a dubbing angle. However, a lot of the themes that I'm going to talk about, I think they will carry over. They will resonate just the same. So I'm going to talk about brand integrity. Oh, you know what? This is... Oh, they are...
Możemy je wyłączyć?
Testing. Uh-oh. I can always go behind there if we need to.
No.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Echo. Okay. All right. I don't know. We'll give this one more college try, and then we'll go behind the podium. So my background at DreamWorks, it's been 20 years. About 10 of that has been in localization. The other 10 has been in marketing and on the side of brand protection. So I really blend these two worlds together. I feel very strongly that our work in localization is all about brand protection. And for me, brand protection is this relationship that we have with the audience. So I'm going to be talking about how that relates to dubbing, to localization, outside the realm of all the topics around AI. So maybe this is like a little palate cleanser from an AI presentation. I think I mentioned it one time in the whole presentation. You guys can hold me to that, but we're going to make it not about AI per se. So to start, I thought I'd begin by telling you guys a story. So years ago, we had this show called Spirit Riding Free. Some of you may remember its origin, which was the 2000 film Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron. Now, Riding Free was the spin-off television series. And with it came not just a new story, but the responsibility of living up to an established IP. Now, Riding Free was a fantastic show, and it still is. You can watch it on Netflix today. It has heart, it has adventure, but it also, most importantly, has this built-in, established audience going back decades. Now, before I joined the DreamWorks dub team, this show had already been dubbed through a host of broadcast deals. So when Netflix came around and said that they wanted it for their platform, it was going to be a second window deal for Netflix. I had to go into archives to figure out what we had, what I was working with. And what I found was it was bad. It was actually really bad. It made it impossible to sell, and Netflix almost walked away from the deal. And here's why. It appears that the broadcaster had sent the files off to a dub studio, probably the lowest bidder, got the files back, put them right on air. There was no QC, there was no oversight, there was no quality controls in place. Now, I'm going to play for you now what it is I found. I'll play for you the opening theme song here. I know it's bad. I'm playing it to prove a point, so bear with me. I'm also not trying to pick on any broadcasters or any languages. There was a lot of examples I could have pulled from the archives. This happens to be the Arabic version, and this is what went out at the time. So I got to walk around here. I got to do this part by hand. One moment.
سأنطلق بحرية تعالوا معي لنذهب في رحلة هيا رافقوني سأنطلق بحرية أنا الآن حرة سعيدة والجو هذا يناسبني
All right, I usually stop there because that's just about all I can take. So at this point, we had a decision to make. We could either go to Netflix and say, this is what we have, take it or leave it. Or there was another path. We could redub the whole series. And that's what we did. Why? Because it mattered. Not just for some streaming deal, but for the long-term health of the DreamWorks Animation brand and for this particular franchise, but most importantly, for the audience. And this is what it sounds like on Netflix today.
سأنطلق بحرية تعالوا لنذهب في رحلة هيا رافقوني سأنطلق بحرية تعالوا لنذهب في رحلة هيا رافقوني
Now, because we made that choice, because we chose to redub the series, it actually unlocked a host of opportunities that we never would have had otherwise. All these ways and deals that create opportunities for consumers to connect with the brand. The success of those new dubs also meant that we were greenlit for 2 additional series. Again, none of that would, in my opinion, would have happened if we hadn't made that investment and made that decision to redub the series. So here's the big lesson. Spirit Riding Free wasn't just some show that we found in our archives. It was part of a legacy, something that started with Stallion of the Cimarron. And my job wasn't just to fix a dub, it was to protect the brand. But most importantly, it was to protect the consumer trust in that brand that made it valuable in the first place. And that's really what this talk is about today. The biggest risk in media, it's not just AI. That's the one time I'm going to say it. But it's also, especially in this world of sequels, it's something that can be boiled down to something much more simple. I think it is failing to protect the trust that we've already earned with the consumer. And the way you protect that trust is through brand consistency. That's been my job at DreamWorks, going back 2 decades, making sure the worlds of Shrek and Kung Fu Panda, How to Train Your Dragon, they're consistent across the more than 40 markets that we operate in, 40 languages, I should say, that we operate in. And it's not just responsibility for studios like my own, but it's also responsibility for distributors, streamers, dub studios, practitioners, translators. We all help carry this work forward. And if you are working on a property, you are inheriting a trust from the audience. And in some cases, you guys may be establishing that trust for the very first time in your market. Because here's the thing, your audience will always know when something is wrong. They may not be able to tell you why that voice sounds different. Maybe someone along the way did some recasting, or why that translation it feels off, or why the tagline is just not the way you remember it from a previous season, but they feel it. And in today's world of infinite choice, that's all it takes to lose your consumer. Just watch your kids on social media. The second something doesn't feel right, they swipe away in seconds. When trust fails, and I tie this directly back to brand consistency, you lose your audience. Now, recently, let's look at some examples here. My team was asked to dub this show, a Lego Jurassic series, into Latin Spanish for our Peacock channel, which is our streaming channel in the States for NBC Universal. Now, this was a collaboration with the Jurassic Park franchise, which means this is one of those situations where I was inheriting that trust. I had the responsibility of making sure that when we localize this, that we're honoring the way Jurassic Park is known across Latin America. And for me, and I'm sure for a lot of you guys, that starts with the title treatment. I'm gonna make sure that the title treatment is consistent. That's where I'm gonna begin. It sounds straightforward, except it wasn't. Because when we opened it up and really looked into this, this is what we found. So the original Michael Crichton book, when it was first adapted into Latin Spanish, was called Parque Jurásico. It's a great translation. It's grammatically correct. It's good. It's what you would expect that book to be translated as. But when the first movie came out, in the movie they call it Jurassic Park, which is this weird hybrid pronunciation between English and Spanish, and it's also not grammatically correct for Spanish. Okay, fine, I don't love it, but at least in the movies, we can be consistent that it's going to be called Jurassic Park. But then the second movie came out. What did they do? They went back to Parque Jurásico. Okay, great, it's a better translation. I like that choice, but now there's been this break in the chain. The third movie comes out. They go back to Jurassic Park. But now, this time they say it with this really thick American accent. We're like, Jurassic Park, and it's just odd, and I'll play it for you. The fourth movie comes out. They go back to Parque Jurásico. So I'm going to play for you what this sounds like. This is going to be a short clip from each of the first 4 movies, and you'll hear it.
Bienvenidos a Jurassic Park.
Esta noche inauguramos Parque Jurásico San Diego.
E InGen en Jurassic Park. Parque Jurásico. Sí.
All right, now some of that may sound subtle when we're just listening to it on an audio clip. But when you are amplifying this across marketing campaigns and consumer product toy lines, it becomes so visible to your audience. You're basically asking your audience to keep track of multiple identities for the same brand. And honestly, this is probably a bad example. No one's going to say that Jurassic Park was hurt by this. But if even a franchise, as successful as this one is, can stumble into these inconsistency issues, imagine the risk that is for the rest of us. Let's look at another example. This is a show that we dubbed called Madagascar a Little Wild. So this is from our Madagascar franchise. It's all the characters you know from the films, but it's a preschool show. So all the characters have been recast as kids. And when you're working with kid actors, oftentimes you have to recast in the middle of a season. Kids have school obligations, their voices change, there's a host of reasons. That's what happened in our Turkish version for the character Marty the zebra. So we told the Turkish studio, no problem, we're going to recast with another kid to sound like the kid that we are replacing. And this is the voice test that we got from the studio, which was their #1 choice.
Tıpkı Flamingo Bey gibi konuşuyorsun. Dediğine göre zebra polisi olmam imkansızmış. Çünkü daha önce hiçbir tane görmemiş. Ona ne dedin biliyor musun?
All right, now in fairness, it's not a bad performance, but it's not a kid. And it would not have sounded like the kid that we were replacing in the show. So we reinforced that directive, kid actor, and this is ultimately what went out in the final version and that we approved. Make sure I bring the right one up here. Here we go.
Tam da Flamingo Bill gibi konuşuyorsun. Ona göre zebra polis olamazmışım çünkü daha önce hiç görmemiş. Ona ne dedim biliyor musun?
Now, if we hadn't spoken up, that first clip would have gone out. And it would not have sounded like the Marty the zebra in that market that the kids had already grown to love. And that brand inconsistency would have broken the connection with the audience. But these examples are just one piece of like the larger puzzle. What happens when we zoom out and we look at the whole ecosystem? So if we take a franchise of ours like Gabby's Dollhouse, it starts with a show that we dub for Netflix. But the work that goes into translations and the casting choices, it doesn't stay there. That carries through into consumer products and talking toys. There's another one of our CP licensees. We do global campaigns for promotion. So we did a big partnership, a big promotion with UNICEF, where we created these global campaigns to help kids make healthier eating choices. It feeds into other streaming sites. We create content for YouTube and for other online channels. And then all of that work, the translations, the casting, the established voices, they feed into the feature film. And this consistency also runs through all the marketing campaigns, all the social media, the work that's being done, everything that supports the show, these products, and the movie. So here's the point. If you don't get it right, if we, because it's a shared responsibility, if any one of us don't get it right at the beginning, or at any point of the cycle that one of us come into this property, if it's wrong, if it's poorly adapted, if there's something off with it, then we're carrying that inconsistency across toys, music, global campaigns, streaming platforms, everything that's small, everything that follows. One small issue can snowball into a much bigger issue. But the flip side is just as powerful. When you protect consistency at the start, it multiplies too. It builds trust with your audience, and trust compounds across every touch point. I think the larger point here is that you have to care, all of us, we, I should say, have to care about every touch point where the audience interacts with the property. And it doesn't matter where in this cycle any one of us come in, we all are inheriting trust from the audience. We are inheriting an expectation from the audience, not just for quality, but for consistency, what I call brand integrity. Protecting that audience trust is a shared responsibility. Now, when I've spoken on this before, I would usually tell the audience, or I'd leave the audience with a toolkit, something that they can take with them into every project to make sure that we are protecting that audience trust. And it always starts with 4 questions that I think we all should be asking anytime we are working on a project. And the first one is there a glossary of terms? Now, in the past, I was giving this speech to people that are content creators, streamers, broadcasters, people who own original content. And I was always shocked that we don't have a K&P, we don't have glossary of terms for every IP that is in their library. It's a simple thing, and it's something I stress to content creators, to make sure that you have this glossary, you have this K&P. But I know in this room, I'm speaking to a lot of translators, I'm speaking to dub studios, you guys know the importance of a glossary. You don't need me to tell you that. But what I want to do is make this more of a conversation, something that we can continue this conversation after this speech. I've created glossaries for every DreamWorks IP that's in our library, and I'm proud of them. I think they're fantastic. But they have a really big flaw, which is I haven't actually spoken to the practitioners, the translators, the people working on this material to say, does this actually work for you? And that is my fault. And that is something that I want to hear from you guys, what needs to be done to make K&Ps, to make glossaries better. The conversations I've already started having with translators, I'm also learning that sometimes what I give a dub studio maybe gets fed into different tools, and the form you get may be completely different from what I had first handed off. So I think glossaries needs to be a conversation between studios like mine and people who are doing this work. And I do want to encourage you guys to have that conversation with me because, you know, dare I say, we can get to a point where there's some form of standardization that all studios could use. The next question I always say to ask is there an established cast list? If you're dubbing season 3 of a show, you can't blindly hire a new voice actor for all your main talent, for all your main cast. The audience has a relationship with those voices. Honoring that is essential. And even if it's a talent that you can't afford, let's say it's a star talent, you still have to know what that voice sounds like. So if you do voice or recast with a sound alike, you can make sure that you're honoring how that voice sounds to make sure it's something that your audience will accept. And then oftentimes, I find that people don't even ask if there are approved backups. A lot of content creators who have cast lists, DreamWorks included, we have approved backups for most roles. So making sure that we ask for that, because there's no point in going through a casting process and spending the time and the resources and the energy to put a whole new cast in place when we have approved backups or we have a cast list to begin with. The next important thing, what dub studio worked on this in the past? This is something that I believe, at least in the work that I overseeing a dub team at DreamWorks Television, is the first question I always ask when I start a project, especially if it's something I'm inheriting a second or third season, where maybe I didn't work on the first. Getting the same director, translator, creative teams, it's essential because they already know the DNA of the show. Going back to the same dub, or go back to the same dub studio if you can, because they know the characters and they know the brand. And I think Shrek is probably a good example of this. Universal, my parent company, they're about to work on Shrek 5. I gave them the history of all the dubbing studios for the Shrek franchise. We have some studios that are going to be working on Shrek 5 that have worked on the very first film going back to the 90s. And finally, can we speak to the creators? A lot of people are shocked when they learn that I will put our partners in touch with the filmmaking team so they can understand the essence of a character, a joke, anything that's hard to understand or hard to adapt, hard to translate. Our production team, of course, can give you the intent and the motivation needed to make the best adaptation possible. But, in talking with a lot of you guys already, when you ask for this, you're probably told no. There's probably someone standing in between you and the original filmmakers who made the version of whatever that you're working on. So I kept thinking, what if we remove that barrier? So that's why I'm really excited to announce today, and I haven't posted this, no one knows about this. We're going to announce it here, that we're going to make a change at DreamWorks, at least on the television side, and certainly on the stuff that I oversee. And it also came about because of someone in this room. So there's Adrian, I'm calling you out, Adrian Weyer, Polish translator, adapter. He wrote an article that showed up on my LinkedIn feed probably 2 to 3 months ago, but I think you wrote it probably 2 to 3 years ago. Yeah. Adrian's article had a whole section about this need for translators to have more access to the filmmakers, and it really resonated with me. Why would I hire a dub studio who would then subcontract out the work for the most important part of the process? So, starting immediately on the next show that I'm going to be working on, and it's not just going to be a test run that we're going to do, we're actually going to put this out, contract the translator directly. So this, thank you. This means that one, there should be better rates, and two, you won't have anyone standing in between you and the filmmakers who made the content that you're working on. So if you're thinking that you're screaming into the void when you're on platforms like LinkedIn, know that your voices are being heard. Your voices matter. And if people like Adrian can show us that we can still make a change in this, or I should say people like Adrian show us that we can still make a change in this industry. And if what Adrian and I are trying to do at DreamWorks, if we can prove that this can be successful, again, just maybe this could be some sort of new standard that other studios can follow suit on. Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. All right, let's end where we began, with spirit. Once we made that investment and showed that we cared about the local experience, the show took off. It unlocked new opportunities and built a global fan base that is still growing today. And I can attest to this. Before I left for this trip, my daughter, who's 6 years old, she was watching, as I'm walking out the door to go to the airport, she was watching Spirit Riding Free. And most people think I only make my children watch DreamWorks content. They can watch anything they want. They can watch Disney. I don't care. But she chose to watch this show that was made before she was even born. Our job as storytellers isn't just to create worlds. It's to protect audience trust. And trust isn't built on quality alone. It's built on consistency. And that, for me, is what brand integrity is all about. So thank you guys very much. Questions? I don't know how much, where's Chris? How much time do we have?
Like 3 questions.
3 questions, okay.
Maybe 4.
Okay. Oh, you got the...
Thank you very much, Scott. It was quite a pleasure to hear you say this. However, I'm wondering how you're going to do it. I'm old enough to have started 40 years ago, and when I worked that way, directly, if not directly with the filmmakers, but at least with the film distributors in France, releasing the films in my country. And at least there still is, to some extent, direct dialogue without any middlemen, such as the subtitling or dubbing lab. But with a huge organization like yours, how are you going to do it to be in touch with individual translators?
Adrian was actually the first to point out I gave him all this credit. I said, this is fantastic, we're gonna run with this. And he was the first one to then sit me down and tell me all the reasons why it could go wrong. So there is a lot to work out. The show that I'm gonna use it on, I'm gonna implement this on, it's a season 2 of something that hasn't come out, the season 1 hasn't even been announced yet. So I'm going to be doing this in collaboration with the dub studio. I'm going to use their translator who already worked on season 1. There's a lot of things that happen at the dub studio level that I don't know that I also need to respect and make sure that there's processes and tools and things that they're using that they're going to need someone who's familiar with all of that. So, but the important part is that the communication, the payment, the contract is going to be with me. So if they actually have those questions, they have a resource that they can go to, and they also are working with the studio that they already have been working with on season 1. So we're going to use this in one market to start. I currently do the Netflix work that I do it across 9 languages. Netflix oversees the other languages. And my hope is that we prove it successful on this next season. We're going to roll it out to more languages after that. So that's the initial game plan. But there's definitely work that needs to be done to make sure that we get all of our ducks in the row.
Anyone else? Okay.
Hi, Scott. Thank you very much for your hopeful presentation, I would say. My question is, I love all the sort of consultation you've done with Adrian, and the direction seems promising. But one thing I would also like to mention for your consideration is the fact that it's really good when you have a consistent translator across a property, but very often, especially with episodic content, you get multiple people working on a season. So I would like to underline how important communication across different translators will be as well going forward, because it's usually not just one person, one translator. And as much as a KNP or a glossary of terms is helpful, it's not the be-all, end-all of like consistent communication across a group of translators in one language, but also multiple languages.
It's a fantastic point, and thank you for that.
Thank you very much for what you have said. Thanks for your consideration about the quality of your works, of all the works, about the quality of whatever reaches the audience. So in the same line, I just like to make a general sort of statement. I wouldn't like to use too grand words, but I think that whatever we have said here just prompts me to make this sort of general statement. Each filmmaking, each writing a literary book, fiction, writing poetry, contributes to culture, to one's country's culture. So my question is a general question. Why should we agree to AI translations that very often ruin one country's culture, being not correct, being not proper, because AI has no sensibility, AI has no intuition, AI has no feelings. So how can an AI be regarded a professional translator?
I think the easiest way I can answer that question
Yes.
is to say we don't use any AI in our process. Gotcha. Yeah, and I mean, AI is void of the thing that the human element that connects us to a property, that connects us to that brand. It's the thing that breaks that trust with the audience. There's a lot of work that I also do around AI disclosures and transparency. There's some projects that I'm trying to put together where we can create some new ways to disclose to the audience, not just that AI was used, but specifically how it was used. There's a question that comes up at conferences all the time that I go to, which is, it's not there yet in terms of AI being indistinguishable from human-made content, but if and when we get to that point where you can't tell a difference, will the audience care? And I'm a big believer that they will care. I think that they will drive a lot of these points that you're making, but we don't have a way right now to effectively tell the consumer what it is they were watching, how what it is they were watching was made. And I think when we can do that as an industry better, not just hiding it in the fine print or putting it into a dub card or putting it somewhere deep in the credits, but actually telling someone up front how something was made, then the consumer is going to actually be able to tell us by their vote whether they choose to watch that show or not. And I think that that will then be the data that studios, like the big company I work for, like a Netflix, like an Amazon, they will then be able to make those decisions because they'll actually know from their audience what they expect, in theory.
So I have a suggestion rather than a question, I think. Well, I'll start with a question. Are you aware of the work of Charlotte Bousseau of the University of Edinburgh?
I am not.
Because she's written extensively on dubbing, and she's making the same point that you were making about the trust of the audience if you do a bad dub or if you change dubbing actors. But she takes it further than that and talks and uses Freud's concept of the uncanny, because people actually, she even claims that it could actually be psychologically damaging if you have a relationship with a person and all of a sudden that person has a different voice. That could be scary for some people, actually, because you think you know this person and then there's someone else there. That's like being possessed by a demon or something. So, so I applaud your initiative in this.
Thank you.
One tiny comment.
Oh, maybe over here, and then we'll end with the comment. Okay, gotcha.
The briefest comment ever. I just really consistent branding. And local needs so often conflict, not just in AV translation. I mean, so I really commend you for sort of lifting the heavy hand and being aware that this could be a much more complicated process than what you're used to doing, and still taking it on. I think it's fantastic. And because we're all aware that quality is enormously important, and discussing with colleagues across countries to get that consistency going also is very important. But is there anything you can do to spread the word? I mean, all these different companies compete with each other, but surely more of them should know about this approach to quality.
I mean, I think doing conferences like this is part of it. I encourage you all to connect with me on LinkedIn, and that's not like some sales pitch. I just really, because one, I want to hear from you guys, but two, I advocate for this work on that platform. That's like my own platform, my way to communicate with my own network and with people across this industry. So for me, it's about getting out there. It's about not being afraid to engage in the hard conversations that other studios try to avoid. And hopefully I can lead by example in some way where some of that we can break down some of those walls that are preventing others from entering this space.
Thank you.
And I think we have one question over here. Do we have time?
One tiny, not Autobahn.
Thank you for the talk. I wish every content owner had a person like you there on board. I wanted to ask you about Shrek, if I may. Because we are here in this country that most of you who are not Polish think it's a voiceover country, but we've had dubbing for ages, 1960s, 70s. But something changed with Shrek. We have in Polish dubbing, you have pre-Shrek, post-Shrek era. Did you, as a content owner, did you do anything different with Shrek in how you, ordered dubbing across the board or not?
And that's all the time we have. Thank you, everyone. I mean, I can say that we, DreamWorks, are owned by Universal. And so ever since they acquired DreamWorks Animation, all the dubbing for the features goes through them. So my involvement in Shrek 5 was basically connecting with the team that is actually doing that work, giving them all the glossaries, all the KNPs, all the list of studios who have worked on it before, all the information that they're going to need to carry through to make sure that at least they can have that consistency, and they have some resources where they can make sure that that consistency is being honored. But after that, it goes into this larger pipeline, I should say, that is the universal system. So, all right. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And now please welcome Tina Shortland from Navio AVTE.
I don't have any fancy paper cards like Scott does, so I have to open my laptop. So bear with me. I don't think I'll be able to answer this question today, but I think this is the start of a conversation, whether the viewers can actually influence our industry. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. I'm having a bit of issues. Never mind, not working. So I'm here to talk about the Navio's feedback portal. I'm the Vice President of Navio, which is the Norwegian Audiovisual Translators Association, but I'm also a subtitler. So most of the people on the board, well, everyone on the board, are subtitlers. There was 4 of us that created this, and I'm going to try and show you how simple it was to set up. At the moment, we've had about 600 responses. We've had some coverage in media. We would like more. It's not that simple. We've also seen the launch of the Swedish feedback portal, and we're starting to see some kind of trends from the complaints that we get. Or let's call it just feedback. There are actually also kudos given. And I'd like to know and ask you people here, what can we do with this data? Norway is a subtitling nation. The only things that are dubbed are for children, so it's children's content, basically. And we have a very long tradition of subtitling. And we were the first country, I think, in AVT to create guidelines, and we have the creator here, Henrik. So we feel quite strongly about subtitles. Then came machine translation. Well, we've had machine translation a very long time, but things have changed in the last 2-3 years. The reason I've written so many things up there, MTP, AI, QC, light editing, is because it seems like those tasks are classified differently depending on how much you're going to get paid. But it's basically the same thing. We also have fully automatic subtitles, mainly for live TV, I suppose. And we've also seen content on streaming services which fully automatic. So we're seeing a lot more content, but there's no requirement for quality, just quantity. And we were wondering, do viewers care? And as an association, I think we felt we needed to do something. We needed to influence the industry as practitioners. So this was like, let's try this. At least we've tried something. So I'm just going to quickly take you through how it works for those that haven't seen it yet. It's just a website. You go in and you choose what service you would like to report, whether it's linear TV, streaming, or others. You can specify. Then you choose what you would like to report, whether it's subtitles in Norwegian, subtitles in Sami, subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing, or subtitles from Norwegian to another language. And no, there's no dubbing here, but that's because it's not really relevant in our country, but there's no problem adding dubbing here as well. It's not going to be difficult. And then you choose which service you used, or which service you used to watch this program. You give the title of the program, a specific place in the program, and what is the issue. When you get to what is the issue, you can specify, or you can add a screenshot. If you add a screenshot here, that's it. You've made your complaint or your feedback. Or you can specify the issue. These are just some of the categories that we decided to use. We've also used layman terms, so because this is for the viewers, it's not for subtitlers. But I'm pretty sure that some subtitlers do use it. Then you can add a screenshot if you want to, and you can add any comment that you want to, so it's free text. When you've submitted, you get to this page, and if you're particularly interested, there's things here like what happens next, numbers and statistics, press release, subtitling guidelines, submit another response, subtitling in the media, and other useful links. But this is the data that we collected so far. And what do they complain about? I can't actually, I need glasses to see that far, so you probably see it better than me. We have translation errors at 29%, unidiomatic Norwegian 19%, and then we have this different category, I suppose, translation that causes confusion or has unsuitable language, which is at 15%. Spelling mistakes, 15%, lack of subtitles, 15%, subtitles that are too fast or not in sync, etc., 7%. These are the channels or streaming services, how many complaints they were getting. TV2 is a Norwegian commercial channel, the largest commercial channel in Norway. And I think the fact that they had so many comments here was the lack of live subtitles during a world championship in cross-country skiing. Which is a problem if you can't hear what the commentators are saying. These are the SDH complaints. And what channels? So again, TV2, they did a pretty poor job there. And cross-country skiing is very important in Norway. This is an example from recently. And this did make it to the media. So we have Norway playing a friendly match against Sweden. And this again is TV2. Sorry, TV2, but you know, you need to do better. So this is during the national anthem. And I can assure you that these are not the lyrics of our national anthem. Then Sweden also, got to sing their national anthem, and it wasn't any better apparently. But the channel spokesperson said that AI isn't good enough at translating national anthems. And we will turn it off during similar situations during the World Cup. So there. We'll see if it works. Well, at least we will be keeping a close eye on it. I have another example. This is... Oh. I don't think you need to know Norwegian to understand what he says. And I am sorry for this crude language, but I think, and this is just a theory of mine, I think that it's easier to complain about something like this for, you know, people that are not language experts like we are. It's very hard to complain about a little spelling mistakes or a little bit unidiomatic language if you don't feel that your own language, that you know your own language that well. I've got more examples. These are subtitles into English. It's from a documentary about Black Sabbath. And I'm pretty sure he used to do sheet metal work. So it's more crude language, I'm sorry. Then I've just got one here, which I will explain, because in English, the person looks on the screen and says, no plates, of course. And what's the translation of plates here is what you eat off. So it doesn't work in Norwegian. But I have a feeling that this is post-edited. So if you don't have the time to do a proper job, this is what can happen. So to spread the word about the portal and about the, you know, you finally have somewhere where you can complain, because people have complained about subtitles for as long as I can remember. We started a social media campaign, and we are, I would say we are struggling to reach enough people, but this is sort of part of the campaign. So yeah, instead of swearing at the TV, go to texting.no and put your complaint in. We're just saying that don't accept it as a viewer. You know, say something, do something. So now you can go to texting.no for Norwegian. You can go to textning.se for Swedish. Is very easy to set up. The only thing is that you need qualified people to look through the through the complaints to check whether they're valid or not. But I would say that most of them are, unfortunately. What can we use the data for? I'd like to hear from you guys what you think, academics, what if it would be useful to you. Associations, if you would like to set something up yourself. And I would really like, as an association in Norway, we would really like to demand quality, that the standard is good quality rather than just quantity. Because I don't think subtitling should be a tick box exercise. It's more than that. So that was brief and short, but any questions?
Any questions? Apart from Amalie.
When you have bad subtitles reported, do you contact those who published them, like TVs, for example?
We do. When we have contact info, we will send it to them. And we have contacted the biggest players to say, look, we're doing this. Do you have anyone we should contact? It's very hard to reach some of them. It's very hard to find, you know, the right person to contact. But yeah, the data is there for them to see if they want it.
Any more questions? Oh, Barbara.
Hi, I'm Barbro and I'm from Sweden. And I just wanted to tell you that it's really easy to make this portal. I knew nothing about WordPress and I managed to get the site up and running. So it's really not that hard as it might seem. And it's really, I think it's really essential that we use the same questions, that we use the sort of same questionnaire, because then we can gather the data. And since all the players, all the streaming platforms, and also the subtitle companies are sort of active around all of Europe, it's really essential that we sort of use the same questionnaires. So, and we also got some kudos actually, and it's nice to see when it comes from. It's been especially of those hard of hearing, and it's really nice to see the comments how important it is with a good quality subtitling for them.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we are implementing it in Spain as well. It's being developed as we speak, and we are using the same questions as you guys, but we are also amplifying it to dubbing because we are a dubbing country, and to audio description. And it's really easy, and we should all be doing it. Thank you, Tina.
Well, thank you for this initiative, and as Barbara said, we're using it in Sweden as well. And we are using it for research, so Hannah and I are planning, when we do the other stuff that we do, to do a longitudinal study to see what sort of feedback you have over time and so on. So it's very, very useful material data for research. So if you're thinking about setting one up, please add just a small sentence saying that the data can be used for research. So because you have to inform people about that, otherwise you can't use it for research. So please remember that.
Not Autobahn. Not Autobahn question. All right, the last one.
I just want to say the obvious thing, that this sort of initiative is really great, but because it gives visibility to something that usually is not visible or goes unnoticed. Like, and then let's say a journalist can look into your portal and write an article in some newspaper, and maybe then someone at Disney Plus will think, why do we get more complaints in this portal than, let's say, Netflix? And it's a good discussion starter. And probably many of you heard this or had a sort of discussion like this. When I talked about quality to a TV station I worked with, a key executive said, but there's really no problem because we don't get any complaints. Viewers don't complain. But the thing was, there was no way for viewers to complain. There was no email address, there was no form, there was no way to actually send any complaint other than go on social media and hope that somebody will notice it. So they were not getting complaints because they really didn't want to get them or didn't think about it. And I also understand from a business perspective, if you get complaints, then there's more work for you because somebody needs to review, and then maybe you need to do something about it. And you got lots of complaints for a TV station with some commercial TV stations. I think they might have this mindset that, yes, we care about our viewers, but actually our client are the companies who buy commercials. They are who we care about.
Yeah, but we have actually seen channels changing things because of complaints. So it can be done. But another thing you said about services not making it hard for you to complain. We actually launched this a month after Languages in the Media, which was in Budapest 2 years ago. Because there was somebody sitting there on the stage saying, "Oh, we don't get any complaints about our, automatic subtitles." And you remember Agnieszka, yeah. And I had just typed the same question that you typed in the question list. And Morten, who was then the chair of Navio, he said, "We really need to get it out now." Because then it was mentioned as well, "Oh, Norway's got this portal that they're going to be launching." And we were like, "Yeah, we need to get it launched now." So...
Yeah, actually, I like the idea, Łukasz. AVTE should create a complaint hub for, many languages.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll discuss it tomorrow. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Tina. And now, please welcome our next speaker, Max Deryagin from AVTE Subtle.
But also, maybe I can. I don't have a presentation, so I will not be as multimodal as the other people. And I realize, if I understand correctly, I'm the last person between you, the audience, and lunch. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. So my presentation, or lack thereof, is on our recently published manifesto, which we call Shark Tank Manifesto. Most of you know what it is if you are a practitioner. It is a first-come, first-served job distribution system where a freelancer logs into a system of a translation company, or in some cases, the end client. Oh, here it is. And then they grab jobs there as they appear. And sometimes, thank you for that, sometimes the job can disappear in just 5 seconds, 2 seconds, less than a second. And from the point of view of the company, that is good. Jobs are taken quickly. They don't have to be given manually by the project manager, which saves time, which saves effort. But from the same point, at the same time, it is terrible for practitioners. I know that not only from my personal experience of more than 12 years of freelancing, where I actually refuse to use these shark tanks at all, but also from talking to dozens, I think over 100 translators on this exact topic, and hearing their grievances and just how much they affected their mental health and income. Now, those of you who know me know that I don't write and publish things frequently. It happens very rarely. And when I do, it's when I feel very strongly about something. And Shark Tanks was one of those things. I penned it myself with in consultation with some brilliant people, some of which are here. Adriana, Iris, and also Rachel Jones, Miroslav Posta, and Susanna Lowe-Rader. And in this manifesto, we have 2 parts. One is we describe what's wrong with shark tanks, most of them anyway. And the second part is a proposal for a better system, which we call Equitas, Equitable Task Assignment System, just to make it catchy. You have to have names for things now. So anyway, what's wrong with shark tanks? Why do people hate them so much? Well, first of all, they drive the best talent away. People who are the most skilled and experienced translators, not all of them, but a good part, refuse to use them because they can find better working conditions elsewhere. And then they have no incentive to use them at all. What that means for the LSP, for the translation company, is that they miss out on those people and they have to hire people who might be not as skilled to fill in their orders from the clients. They have to train these people more. They have to dedicate talent management time to that, and it costs money. So they lose on money. What they also lose is quality. Why? Well, in Shark Tanks, job disappears almost instantly, as I told you just now. And what that means is, as a translator, you have no time. You have no time to see what the job is about even, whether you're going to translate a documentary or a short trailer, what specializations you need, whether it's some genre-specific thing, maybe it's medical, maybe it's something else, maybe game-related. How long you have to translate it, what the deadline is, what the duration is, and so on. You grab it, and then you see that, just so that you have it, meaning that the match between the job and the translator is often going to be bad. That affects the quality in the long run. Shark Tanks also diminish our income for a couple of reasons. First of all, especially today in 2026, there is not a whole lot of work for some language pairs. And people feel desperate. They feel like they need to refresh this page or click a button so that it gets refreshed again and again, so much. And that's work. That's time that you can sit there for hours hoping that something will be given to you. This oracle, this machine will give you a little bit of work. That time is unpaid. Plus, these systems, they create this synthetic artificial scarcity, this feeling that, well, there is little work, and if I don't grab this job now, I might not have another one for a couple of weeks, which is no income. And so people accept jobs that they wouldn't accept otherwise, worse paid, with poor deadlines, and they end up making less money. What else happens? Well, and I understand I'm being very negative right now, but it's a negative topic. After Scott and after Tina with such great things, it's not the best. But yes, I feel strongly about it, just like many people here, and watching from home. What else do they do? And this is probably my personal worst point here that I didn't like, is they destroy your work-life balance. Why? Because you have to be tethered to your computer or phone in some cases, if you can access it from phone. And that means you can't really make normal plans. You can't go somewhere you would like to go. You can spend time with your friends or family or go on holidays without being in this thing. So it affects that, and it makes you a little bit of a nervous wreck. They do hurt mental health. That's another big point, and in different ways. Not only from making you anxious about getting or not getting a job. You know it's going to be there for 5-10 seconds. You have to run to click the button. That's not good for you. Some systems come without any notifications. Some of them do, some don't. So you can't even receive an email. It's just you have to be literally there. Another thing that I've heard from people a lot is that some companies release jobs in their Shark Tank, not at the time of day, but at any time. So depending on your time zone, they might consistently appear at night. Meaning, you have to stay up at night or wake up every now and then to check whether there is work. That is really bad for health, I think, for your sleeping cycles. And another thing that I've heard from people is that this can be a little addictive, because it's like gambling. You hope that there will be something there, and it is the same mental circuitry there that addicts have. Bad. Next, I'm not even done with the bad things. They create a hostile environment within pools, within translation companies, where people don't feel like they're part of the same group of people just going toward the same goal of creating the best quality that they can, the best translation, the best experience, but they become competitors. They're like, oh, I want to grab this job, I don't want you to grab this job. Oh, they got this job, but it was supposed to be for me. And then when they have to collaborate, whether it's a QC, whether it is working maybe on the same season but different episodes, they are a little hostile toward each other. They don't it's just it's a different vibe, and that also affects quality in the end if people don't want to collaborate. Another problem is that Shark Tanks erode quality, erode loyalty, because if this system treats newbies and people who have been there for 10 years or more, delivering good quality on time and just having a perfect track record, well, that makes you feel bad that you're treated the same. You will not go the extra mile for this company, or maybe you will be compelled to do that for the viewers, but not for the company. You will not feel valued. And finally, and I know this for a fact, these Shark Tank systems are very prone to abuse. Bots, algorithms, people don't want to sit there and click on this button or refresh the page. They just create something using maybe ChatGPT or something else that will do the clicking for them. But those people who want to do it honestly lose out then. And the botters win. And unfortunately, it is sometimes very difficult to see that that's happening from the corporate point of view. But if you can see it, there is actually very little, surprisingly little you can do from the development point of view. So these are the problems. Maybe there are more that you can think of. What is the solution? We propose Equitas. I'm not going to through all the details of it. You can obviously see the manifesto on the internet on avteurope.org. But one, I think the biggest difference is that we propose that you cannot grab task instantly. What you can do is only show that your interest, express your interest, and then that interest will be added to the list of applicants, and then one of those people will be chosen. So you have a window of several hours, depending on how rushed the job is. Maybe it has to be done very quickly. Maybe it's not even ready to work on. So it's going to be some hours, maybe days, for you to see the job and then read through the description, and then you can tell, okay, this is good for me, I like the rate, this is my genre, this is my specialization, accept. And then some problems disappear. The anxiety, the being tethered to the computer, some other problems do appear. However, we have received criticism for this manifesto, and I want to say that my idea was maybe not to propose an ideal system, but one that people could improve on, and maybe just generate conversation so that we can start talking about the problem which exists and which many people know about, but they just don't talk about it. And when the conversation starts, we can together come toward a solution that will be as good as possible. I think ideally, of course, at companies, there should be a Shark Tank. Everything should be assigned by professional project managers who know their translators, who know their strengths and weaknesses, and who will be able to best know how to distribute work fairly and in an efficient manner. Unfortunately, from my perspective, from what I know, it's not always possible to do that. There's too much work, and the PM teams are being reduced at companies for financial and other reasons. So some form of a tank, not a Shark Tank, but a tank, probably will need to be there. But I think that is one good change, that people don't have to be always tethered to a computer. And here we talk about one example of an implementation of such a system, which is European Commission's Extra Portal, which Miroslav Poshta pointed me at, that they have a similar system, and people quite like it, actually, much more than the other Shark Tanks. You might think right now, especially if you work at a company, well, what you described, we have a good system, it's better than what you described. Well, that's good. I know from my experience that many companies have terrible Shark Tanks. And I've been told about one Now that company is not an AVT company, it's just a translation company. Their Shark Tanks has bidding. Translators bid how much they are willing to work for. The lowest bidder wins. That's bad. So I hope that those companies at least see this and think, well, okay, we could do better. And yes, in the manifesto, we write about all the small details, about the timing, about how we could improve transparency, about matching linguists to jobs, you know, taking into account their language pair, their specialization, subject matter expertise, sensitivity expertise, such as LGBTQ, disability, race, gender. Some people are very good at that in different countries. And maybe linguists defined quiet hours, so that they're not bothered at night, and maybe minimum accepted wage or rate per minute, let's say. And of course, people also need to be notified. I personally believe that it's better to receive an email when a job appears rather than just have to stay there. It's important to add some sort of bot protection, algorithmic protection, but this change toward not having to do it instantly kind of solves it. And finally, I want to be brief. For companies, what is important is that in 2024, the European Commission published a directive for European countries. The directive is called on improving working conditions in platform work. That directive is supposed to have to be transposed in the countries, transposed meaning applied in local law by December 2026. The directive is aimed mostly at large platforms such as Uber, Foodora, whatever, where people work through mobile phones. But it kind of also applies to Shark Tanks because they are digital platforms where people work, according to the definition given in that directive. And all Shark Tanks in the European Union will have to abide by that directive. And if you don't, then there are real legal consequences, one of which might be that all your freelancers will be considered employees. And that is a world of trouble for a company with all the taxation and everything. I invite everyone who think that that might apply to them to read that directive. It is called EU Directive on Improving Working Conditions in Platform Work. And see if your Shark Tanks or job tanks apply and what you can change to improve that. One thing that is important is that the system must be transparent, how it makes decisions on who to show the job to. Why it is you and not another person, or if it's everyone, what's happening there. Yes, so the conclusion here is that this is a problem, we need to address it. It's a big elephant in the room that has affected many lives of translators who I've spoken to, and let's do something about it. Thank you. If you have questions, maybe I will be the first questionless presenter.
One question and then lunch. Any questions? Everybody hungry. All right, thank you,
Let's
Max.
go. Thank you.
our conference, and I invite Anna Jankowska. Please, I'll change the...
Ja mam skanwię to.
Okay.
Ja sobie to mogę otworzyć.
Ja to chyba mam tu.
Nie. Ja mam to w kanwie. Tylko pytanie, czy to się będzie chciało używać. I teraz powinno to też działać.
Tak? Okej.
Tak. Super.
Okay, let's begin, please.
Oh, can I just start? Then I'll just start. Fantastic. First of all, thank you for having me here. Second of all, I have to excuse myself because I was going to deliver something different that I'll talk to you about. So if it's not as coherent as I want it to be, please excuse me. But I had something more philosophical in mind first, and then I said, nah, all practitioners, no philosophy, practice. And then there are so many things today that were important that actually are philosophical, because we talked about trust, we talked about relationships, and I think it's something that I actually had prepared for you. So I'll try to go back there, because I think it's really important both in translation and in access, and it's one of the arguments that we'll have. But let me start with what I have. Where is this presentation coming from? Probably like many of you in the audiovisual translation and media accessibility, but also the academia. I was spending quite a lot of time last few years watching the rapid development of AI with a mixture of fascination, but also a bit of concern. And the question that comes from this is also, will AI replace us, right, for so many things? And I do suspect that many people in this room have asked themselves that question. And I would like to start with a very small exploration that started exactly from this concern. My expertise is accessibility, especially audio description. So I thought I would see whether AI can create audio description. And what I found was not what I expected, sorry. I thought I would come here and say like, nah, AI bad, people good, we can all go home. But instead, it's not reassuring. It's actually results made me at first uncomfortable, but then I thought I'm not a pessimist by nature, so I thought let's see whether there's some good in it, right? But let's poke the discomfort. I think there's a great value of poking through discomfort in our life, so let's try to do this. Now, I think a lot of us think that AI will fail, and that would be nice to demonstrate value of human expertise, and that was my expectation. So what I did, I worked with 2 short films, a Polish one, a 1-minute clip, and a Spanish one. And I worked with them previously with actual describers. I asked describers from Spain and Poland to describe them, and I compared how they did. And they did differently depending on if you were a Spanish describer describing Polish films, Polish describer Spanish films, and so on. Now, this time I said, like, let's ask AI to do it. So I used a computer vision system. For one version, I used ChatGPT without any prompt. At the second go, I went for ChatGPT with some information about the audience. And then I used ChatGPT with contextual information similar to what human describers in my experiments received. To be fair, this is not a proper experiment. It's not full-blown data analysis. It's just to illustrate the point. An attempt to understand what currently AI can do when we ask them to perform a task which is traditionally performed by human describers. So, at first, I was quite reassured, right? I mean, look at this. 2 men exchange small pieces of papers, right? It's just inaccurate. I thought, excellent, I'm gonna come here, you're gonna clap, you're gonna be so happy.
The people are wrong, the object is wrong, the ritual is wrong, humans win, AI loses, or so I thought. Because then things became slightly more complicated. This is ChatGPT without any prompt. Good, no? Good. Okay, ChatGPT with audience prompt. The prompt was, you are writing for American audience. You see that it has recognized the wafer, it recognized prayer, it recognized it's a family celebration. It also, the clip continues. I think Iris, you were describing this clip at a certain point for the experiment. So there were a lot of traditional Polish dishes. It recognized a lot of them, and quite well. It made a change for the American audience. It explained what the wafer is. And then when I gave it the prompt that I gave to the describers, which was a short contextual description, it changed again. And now it's a mother and a son, and it becomes more narrative, right? And I played with it quite a lot. And with every prompt, it would become better and better and better and better. I would become scared and more scared and scareder. Is there a scareder? Is there a scale for being scared? I don't know. Scaredess. Thank you. So I was thinking, what happens when this AI-generated description becomes good enough, right? Because like for audio describers, we're like, yeah, okay, subtitles are not safe, but we have like ways and years to go. And actually, looking back, I think this was one of the most important moments of the entire exploration. Because what worried me most was not that AI descriptions were bad, it's that they were surprisingly good. They read like real audio description, they followed professional conventions, they recognize objects, they recognize actions, they recognize settings, and they even applied audience information. So at the first glance, they work. And I think this is where the real challenge begins, because it's actually very easy to mistake recognition for understanding. And what I want to say is that let's not make a mistake that a coherent description is actually a meaningful one. And I know this because I repeatedly fell into this trap myself, into the ChatGPT rabbit hole, okay? I found myself thinking, perhaps this is good enough. And then later I realized that what had impressed me, I hate this, sorry, was largely the quality of recognition. The harder question was whether the description was actually directing attention to meaningful things, whether it was helping the audience notice what really mattered. So, when you look at it, I think we can talk about an illusion of good enough. An illusion. And why is this an illusion? Before we go there are certain questions I wanted to answer for myself. I'm kind of walking you through my own thinking process. So, good enough for what? Was it good enough to recognize objects? Was it good enough to create a coherent description? Was it good enough to create accessibility? Because for me, accessibility and access are two different things. Access is something you do with an access service, but the fact that you have an access service does not yet mean you have accessibility just yet. And now, when you think about it, it's actually two long-standing challenges in AD, right? More than 15 years ago, Aline Remal and Gert Verkouteren, they pointed that describers face a challenge that translators often do not. When you're a translator, you have the cultural reference right in front of you, right? I think Jan also talks about it. It's there, you cannot miss it. If you're a describer, you have to first recognize what are you even looking at, right? And then you have to decide whether it deserves description time. You have to decide what is this object, what is this place, what is this ritual, what is this dish. And the recognition is not easy. We see this. There's a lot of mistakes in audio description when people say seaweed instead of calçots. It's there. And then interestingly, it's also something that practitioners, when I talked to them in one of the studies, said this is what they would like. If AI can support our work, it could help me identify the content, right? it could tell me what I'm actually looking at. What is this object? What is the place? What is the action? What is the cultural reference? And for this, I think AI can be quite useful, and perhaps it can help us solve one of the oldest practical challenges of AD, which is identifying. And perhaps this is good news, but recognition is not really and has never been the whole story. If you've ever been trained in AD, you've heard it, describe what you see. But I do not think that this is the question. The question is no longer of whether AI can describe what it sees, because it increasingly can describe what it sees. And this brings me back to a phrase by Joel Snyder. Describe what you see. It sounds simple. It sounds very objective, almost self-evident, right? But who is a describer here? Okay, enough of you. Then you know more than anyone that it's not enough to describe what you see. Never. There has never been enough. Because the question is also, what is relevant to describe, right? There's always more time, there's always more on the screen than time to describe. So every description involves selection, omission, and priorities, right? No describer describes everything that they see. That has never been possible. And I think this is important because it means that the debate I found myself having in my head or with AI, with ChatGPT, is not a new debate, it's an old debate. It's a debate we always had in audio description. So the question is not what do I see, but what deserves attention. That's the question. Now, if you, I took out the scripts written by human describers, right? When you look at them, there are different styles. And then I decided to compare them against AI. And that's where it became interesting. So I thought there would be a lot of variation in the human description. Yes, there was variation. As you see, they use different words. The style is a bit different. Yet, what is important here is that they were consistently allocating time to the same narrative moment. She offers, he declines, she is disappointed. It was there in every of those descriptions, no matter the wording, but the narrative was there. Now, if you look at AI, the priority was different. It described what it saw. And actually, the problem with this is, not that it's wrong. In fact, it sounds quite professional. If you read it, if you had this as an AD script, you said, nice. There's some atmosphere that is described, environment. There are even some emotions, right? And that's what I also thought. I thought, wow, much better than I expected. But then notice what has happened. AI directs our attention towards atmosphere, appearance, setting, and the humans direct us toward the interaction between the mother and the son. They got the point of the story, not only what's visible, right? So the difference here was not really recognition, because the eye recognized the scene, definitely. The difference was the priority, right? You had the Christmas Eve prayer, food, atmosphere, that was recognized. But the humans selected offer, refusal, reaction, relationship, consistently. There were 20 describers who did it. All of them did it. None of my attempts with AI got there. Now, what is important is to mention at this point that it's not only a question I think describers discuss. There has been recently a focus group in the UK done by RNIB with blind users of description. And they've commented on AI description. Some things they really liked, some they didn't. What they said it fails to do is to explain why this detail is even described. There was a lot of details, but more information does not mean better access. More information is just more information. But it's not accessibility, it's not better access, right? So this is something that came up, not the quantity of information, not even the quality of the description, but the relevance of information. What deserves attention? Why does this detail matter? Why is it described? But at the same time, and this is something I wanted to pick up after Scott's talk, so here I go, completely incoherent, sorry, is that there were mistakes, and they also picked up on it, right? There was one AI-generated description for TikTok, which consistently would say pork rather than chicken, and then if you're at a restaurant and you kind of want a pork, not chicken, that's an issue. No, it's not a big mistake, but it's there. Now, the thing is that it's not even about the mistake, because human describers make mistakes. That's not the point. What really interested me was the reaction, because what participants said here is that they lose trust in the system, right? And actually, trust is fascinating when you think about it, because we don't talk about quality, performance, costs. Trust is a relationship you have with somebody. If the access that you're given is bad, and Pavel said this morning, better some access than no access, better mediocre access than no access, well, actually no. Because your trust is broken. You do not trust anymore that this access is actually good. Why would you, right? And it is, yeah, wait, let me see what's next. So I go back to this. AI can identify, can recognize, but the question of relevance is still there, right? The challenge is not adding information, the challenge is selecting information, and that requires decisions. Now, the thing is that it's not a debate that is new for us, it's just a debate that AI made it more visible. Choices have to be made. Who makes the choice? Who do you want to make the choice for us about access? No, what kind of access are we going to offer to people? And then with all my experiments, with all the prompting, yes, the AI generated the description, but the strategy was always mine. I was telling it, no, not like this, not like this. This is a different audience. That's not what they need. This is not what a Polish audience needs. This is not relevant. Time-wise, I don't think it saved me a lot of time. It did help for recognizing things that I otherwise wouldn't have recognized. Now, I'll see, because it's a surprise for me what's there. And now we go completely off the grid. But this is something that I think, because we talk a lot about quality and price, and I know it's important because, unfortunately, societies don't really orient themselves only about quality. And there's a nice example I have, and that is, look at your shoes. Look at your shoes. Who is wearing handmade shoes today? Handmade, artisanal shoes. Good for you. The thing is that this is what shoemakers thought, right? They're quality shoes. Yeah, but also it's important what's accessible, what's affordable, what's there. And we are at this point with accessibility where we have to ask ourselves those questions. So it's not only about quality. And I think what can save us is, and also in access, we have usually operated with measures, with targets. It wasn't so much, I think, for AVT, but for us what was important, more AD, more subtitling, more sign language interpreting. But there's a very nice rule from the economy which says when your measure becomes a target, it's no longer a good measure, because if we measure only by the number of ADs available, we are done. We go with AI, and that's it. We are done. Everything can be described. And I also think we are not in a position to tell people, the users of description, that they cannot use it. Pavel, you said 5,000 videos every minute? 500 hours of video every minute on YouTube. Human describers will not do it. That's not possible. So we also cannot completely oppose. But what is important for me is that if you provide an access service, like audio description, like subtitling, it does not mean that you have created accessibility. For me, accessibility is actually a relationship we have with people. And I don't think it actually applies only to access, because AD is a tool, SDH is a tool, subtitles are a tool, voiceover is a tool, to a relationship when you talk with people. And there are some studies that show that we actually evaluate a product not only by the quality of the product, but when we know who created this product. So you could have the same poem, but if you knew it was AI and a human, we are more likely to like the poem of the human more. The same poem. The same with art. The same painting would have a different evaluation. And why is this? I don't know, maybe my next slide explains this. But it's probably, my assumption is, that we actually care about who is talking to us and what they want to say, who communicates with us. If it's a human, I think it's a nicer communication. And that, for me, is the most important part, because is 100% of audio describe films the goal? Or are they tools for participation, for belonging, and for connection with other people or with art? I think this is the goal. The AD is just a tool to get there. Now, what happens if you get bad access or some access? I don't agree some access is better than no access. Why? Because it's a lie. Because someone promises you connection. Someone promises you would be able to participate. You will be able to connect. And you can't. It's a lie. I would rather hear no access. And this is what we hear at events, accessible events from users. They say, you know what? If you're not accessible, just put it on your website. Then I'm not disappointed. Then I know what to expect. Then I won't go, and I'm free to choose to go and won't be frustrated. But don't lie to me. And I think bad access is worse than no access, because we are, in a way, lying to people that there will be participation, and it's not possible. And that's, I think, so the question is not whether AI can create AD. It can create descriptions. I think it can help. I think it can help you, if you're a describer, to identify things, to know that the food that you're describing is pierogi, for example. And then you're free to make a choice whether you say pierogi or you describe them as dumplings or whatever strategy you want to take. Fantastic. This can make your work faster or better, more coherent, because that's also important. But I do think the question is, what do we want to achieve with this AI-generated description? For me, if we want to achieve participation and belonging and connection, it's not AI-generated AD. That's it, I think.
Thank you, Anna. Do we have any questions?
Oh, sorry.
Please don't go. I wanted to address the issue of bad access being worse than no access. And I think you're right that it is. And I think that's becoming more evident. And if you think about Pablo Romero Fresco's NER model, which is used for live subtitling, he penalizes lies more than no subtitles. So if there's something that is wrong, which would mislead people, that is actually worse than not having a subtitle. So bad, at least for subtitling, bad subtitles are worse than no subtitles. And I think it's the same for audio description.
I agree.
One more question?
I can have a manifesto in the meantime, because I forgot to say one more thing.
Beautiful presentation. As an audio describer, I really appreciate this, and I really liked it. Just a tiny, tiny, tiny comment.
Oh, no, that's going to be bad. Go on.
You know I love you. It's not that common as an audio describer that I don't recognize what I'm seeing, and when that happens, I much rather ask another human than AI. Even for that it might be useful sometimes when it doesn't hallucinate, because that also happens. I'd rather ask a Polish friend, what is that Polish dish, rather than AI. Just that I just wanted to just point that out.
I also agree, though. I do think if we can look for some things that we can work with here, right? And I do know of describers who do use it to recognize things. But what I wanted to say is, I'm actually happy there are so many apps for people to describe, right? And I don't even blame the tech guys to do them. I mean, they know nothing. They want to do something good, and they put their resources to a good purpose. The thing is that they don't know what is audio description. So they do a description. They describe, they recognize, and that's fine. But what I think it matters is, who are the gatekeepers? Like in the creative industries and in translation industries, the companies who provide it, they should know what is good audio description. And then they could say, yeah, this AI-generated audio description sounds good. But it's not. It's not up to the tech creators to know this, I think, no? It's up to the people who actually deliver the product to know what are they delivering. And that's it.
Thank you, Anna. And now, please welcome our next speaker, Jean-François Cornu from ATA and AVTE.
I don't have any slides or anything, so you'll just have to bear with my voice, giving you information. Maybe just the title of my talk? I'm going to talk about, if it doesn't appear on the screen now, it's going to be about the political advances on authors' rights and AI in France and the EU. And I'm going to ask a question to which I may or may not answer at the end. Are these positive steps for audiovisual translators? I'll start with a short chronology because I'm not going to talk about translation straight away, but I'd like to mention a short chronology of recent political and legal advances in France since last year. It won't be since the Middle Ages. Don't worry. And to put it into context, I need to stress the fact that in early 2025, in February 25, in Paris, our French president organized an AI summit for the promotion of AI in all fields. And when I say all fields, it is all fields, including state matters, public service, and many other fields. And to protest against this event, because not everyone was happy with this, 3 counter-summits were held in Paris at the same time, and a number of translators took part in one of them. In March, the main publishers' union in France, along with 2 authors' unions, sued the American company Meta in Paris over its unauthorized use of works protected by authors' rights to train its AI systems. To this date, and to my knowledge, there hasn't been any court order yet, but it's interesting that this court case was started. In spring of last year, the French Senate, the French Parliament is made up of 2 chambers, the Senate and the National Assembly. The French Senate held hearings of creators, authors, and translators so that they could express their views and their positions about the effects of AI on their own work. And the use of works protected by authors' rights to train AI systems. And I was part of those hearings as a translator. For many weeks and months after this, we didn't hear anything from the Senate, but in December, senators discussed a bill with a single article which highlights the so-called presumption of usage, which states that it's for AI developers to prove they didn't use protected works to train their systems, rather than for creators, that is to say for us, to prove that our works were used. The bill also implies that it's practically impossible to enforce the opt-out principle, which we've been hearing a lot as translators as well. Now, this year, from mid-December to up to now, the French National Assembly this time, so the MPs, as opposed or compared rather to the senators,
also held a long period of hearings on AI in culture and education. An official report is due this summer, I don't know which date exactly. A specific hearing, and this is important, a specific hearing was held on the 23rd of March for all the French translators organizations, which means there was recognition that as part of culture and education, translation had a big role to play. These 4 organizations were the either unions or professional organizations representing technical translators, audiovisual translators, and literary translators, as well as an anti-AI translators collective, which I'm also a member of, called En chair et en os, which literally means of flesh and bones, to stress the fact that human beings should be doing this job. This hearing was video recorded. It can be viewed on the National Assembly website. And a detailed questionnaire was also, we were asked to answer a detailed questionnaire, which we all filled. On the 8th of April, senators voted in favor of the bill on the presumption of usage, which was a major step as well from a political and legal point of view. On the 11th of June, this Senate bill was to be discussed by the MPs at the National Assembly. But at the last minute, it was dropped from the agenda under pressure from our government, which is closely linked to French AI developers. The following day, the French president launched a second pro-AI summit in Lille, in northern France this time. And on the following day, which is on the 13th of June, a counter-event was organized by the collective I mentioned before in the same city to discuss issues related to translation, but also to wider societal issues, because obviously AI has an impact on everything. Now, so this was just to give you an idea of how things have been developing for about a year from that part of society, basically. Now, another important aspect of things, of our situation, is our collective management organizations' positions. What are they? As audiovisual translators, we are recognized in France as authors by French law, and as a result, we are paid theatrical and broadcasting rights, or a proportion of on the rights for our dubbed dialogues and subtitles. As soon as a fiction or documentary film or series is released in a cinema or shown on television and streaming platforms. These are full rights. I'm mentioning this here in particular because within AVT we often have a discussion about secondary rights and primary rights. We don't have a two-tier structure with rights in France. We have rights or we don't have rights, as with many other things. The money from these rights is collected by 2 collective management organizations, which we call, as an acronym, CMOs. SACEM, which deals with fiction works, and SCAM, even though it might sound ill-chosen as a term in English, which deals with documentaries. And they distribute rights to authors, the creators of the programs or the films, and to translators 4 times a year, every quarter. Both these organizations appear to be willing to include post-edited audiovisual translations, mostly because it would mean more money to be distributed. But we at ATA question this. How can we measure the degree to which a translation is post-edited? How to assess the extent to which AI is used in the process? Who will the money actually go to? And because we think it's impossible to give definite and reliable answers to these questions, we are extremely worried about our CMO's position on this issue. They would be quite happy to clinch what is called a global license agreement or deal with AI developers. In our view, this would amount to make the very principle of authors' rights null and void, a move we strongly oppose. But of course, AI developers, like the French Mistral AI company, are all for it. Now, a word on the EU front. We have very similar concerns at the European Union level, sorry. On the 10th of March of this year, the European Parliament adopted a resolution on copyright and generative artificial intelligence, opportunities and challenges, which was promoted in particular by Member of European Parliament Axel Voss. Generally, this was warmly welcome. However, as audiovisual translators, we are concerned that this might also pave the way for global license deals with AI developers, which we have much to lose from. Why? In part because in January of this year, the same MEP, Axel Voss, advocated for the fair compensation of creators. But what does this mean? Especially when he highlighted in the same press release that, and I quote, "Innovation cannot come at the expense of copyright. Both can and must coexist." This is a recurring argument that we keep hearing, against which we also keep fighting. AI is not innovation. It's plundering our work and imposing worse work and pay conditions, and that should be clearly understood by everyone. Let alone the fact that since this morning, whether you like AI or not, nobody has been asking how AI works and how it is made, and how it is made from extracting natural resources and human resources as well. So the very principle of it is wrong. So to try and answer the question I was raising at the beginning, are all these events and political decisions positive steps for us, audiovisual translators, at least from the French and European point of view? Well, as you can tell, we have very mixed feelings about it. The Senate bill is a positive step, though it is very minimal. It still needs to be approved by the National Assembly to become a proper law. And given our context at the moment in France, it is highly unlikely with the presidential and legislative elections coming up next year. We have serious concerns about our CMO's attitude, as I was saying. By definition, and that should never be forgotten, CMOs defend and protect works more than the actual authors. And to conclude, as a result, we need to clearly express our firm position as audiovisual translators in solidarity with other creators, not only at our respective national levels, but also at the international level, and not just within the EU. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are there any questions? All is clear then, okay.
Well, too bad for making the atmosphere so low now.
Oh, you are so precise with your maybe speech that everything is clear. Ian.
Well, thank you, Jean-Francois. I think these are very, very, very important questions. Obviously, they are. My question concerns this presumption of inclusion thingy, that they have to prove that they haven't used your texts. How can they do that without revealing all their data sources? Or is that what you're trying to get them to do?
It's exactly what we're aiming at.
All right.
And they keep saying, especially the French company Mistral AI, said they were also at a hearing at the National Assembly, and they said, well, how can we do that? And we'll have court case after court case. And we thought, well, this is exactly what we want. Because they don't want to reveal anything, except the fact that they pretend, they're hiding behind the fact that whatever they've been using is available on the internet. But lots of protected works are available on the internet without being authorized to be. So this is exactly why they shouldn't be allowed to do this, and that they have to prove. So it's also called the reversal of the charge, that we don't have to prove, because it would also, it's very difficult for us anyway. They have the data, we don't have it.
Yeah, you don't know what they put in that they do, so yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes.
So fight goes on, yeah?
Well, it certainly is.
Thank you, Jean-François. And now please welcome our next speaker, Katharina Appenbrink, Managing Director of the Authors' Rights Initiative, Germany.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Let's give it a try. I'm going to use both hands. I hope I'll manage. As I said, thank you so much for having me. And I've learned so much today. It's wonderful. And I had the honor to be with you, or some of you, in Barcelona 2 years ago. And it's even better, although I was delighted when I was there. So thanks again. And I will give my best. How does it work? This way? Yes. All right. I will show you a little who we are and how we work. And I hope I will not bore you. And my son once made this sign, you know. You can do that if you think it's too long, or you know everything, or you've heard that before a couple of times. So I don't mind. I can talk for hours, I have to admit. So who we are creative, and we are strong, and we are fighting for copyright law. And we are innovation, we are innovative. Some of the tech firms assume or talk about us not being innovative enough, or to prevent innovation. The initiative Copyright, we are over 40 associations and trade unions. We represent 140,000 authors, and I did not put that was. Authors and artists from the music, the arts, film and audiovisual sector, books, text, illustrations, games, whatever, and culture, and the creative and media industries are number 3 in Europe and in Germany. Let's not forget that, and let's tell politicians what they are dealing with and what they are going to lose if they don't fight. And that's what we do. We fight for the rights, and here you can see us, so authors, translators, other people from the creative industries fighting in front of the Brandenburg Gate. And on the right-hand side, you see an open letter to our government. It is signed not only by our member organizations, but also by producers, because concerning big tech and non-European big tech, we are united in the fight. You know this, assume, but it's really helpful when talking to politicians and policymakers. 3.95% of the EU's value added. It's also an economic growth that has happened. And as the European Commission said, it's a catalyst for innovation and sustainability. So it's not just a good book or a movie you might enjoy or not. We are talking about intellectual property, but also about moral rights, exploitation rights, etc. But to make it short, I'll skip to the next slide. AI, a fast history, really fast, because it started in about 70 years ago, in the 70s. So it's nothing new, and it's nothing we have to be afraid of, I think. I've been dealing with it starting from 2016-17, when we were discussing the copyright directive in Brussels. And we were told, oh, only a few scientists, you know, are concerned with this, Article 3 and 4. I could talk about that for hours. But it's not you, it's not your people, you know, you don't have to care. And it was not generative AI that was meant. That's an interesting and important point. Especially since the eruption of the generative AI, but you know that already. So, the input we also always discuss, and also with politicians, we make sure that they know there's an input question and an output question, and it has to both has to be discussed, but sometimes separately, or there are measures that are different that have to be. Or ways to deal with it have to be found. And it was the biggest theft in human history. I just wanted to remember it was only from piracy sites, 7.5 million books that were used, that were scraped. And just a few days ago, at the Atlantic, who discovered that theft, discovered that 21 million songs were used from piracy sites only. So if someone asks you how could they find this book or this film or this song, everything can be found on pirated sites, and these pirated sites were scraped. But it's your works and performances. Output. The problem with output is not only hallucinations, so I mean even sources are hallucinated. So the generative AI is never, it's always something that is put together from a lot of data. It's not the truth. And this is very important, talking to politicians and policymakers. The EBU is the European Broadcasting Union, of BBC and the Polish broadcasting station, and all the European broadcasting stations are united in the EBU, and they conducted a very, very thorough survey, and they found out 15 to 14% have errors in their texts and their videos. So it's really, especially talking to politicians also about elections and the fight for democracy, it's really important to always make the point that these hallucinations, Jean-François, you mentioned, I shouldn't say hallucinations, I think. We can talk about this later, what the better word for it is, but this is the one that is mainly used. The other problem with the output is the liability. And this is something which has not been discussed enough, I think. Who is responsible for what is, comes out, the output? And is it the company that scraped? Is it the company that built the model? Is it the company that built the app? Is it the user? And just a few days ago, one of the regional courts in Germany ordered Germany to refrain from making false statement and told them they were responsible for what was said, for the AI-generated content. And this is a very important decision because Google Overview is a real threat for journalism and democracy. And it's a very good sign how courts are starting to realize what the impact of generative AI and these companies and their doings is. Substitution. This is one of the main topics you were talking about. 2 years ago, last year, this year, the substitution is happening in the film industry. It's happening concerning illustration, photography, journalism, whatever. I mean, in all sectors I'm dealing with. And just have a look at Deezer. 18% of the music uploaded last year was by generative AI. This year, I think it was 9 months later, it's 44% is made by generative AI. So what's happening to the composers, what's happening to the musicians, what's happening, the same applies to videos, to books, etc. These are the latest numbers I found. It's a UK publication by the Society of Authors, Illustrators, the Musicians, Photographers and Equity. They are representing the actors, as far as I remember. And you can see the high numbers of the creators that are actually dealing with what's going on in the digital world. I skipped that. AI is a useful tool. Yes, also my people use it. We have to talk about how to use it, and I was really glad about what you've been telling us, and I need to talk to you about two aspects. And yes, but we have legal issues, ethical issues. We have these radical changes. I was talking about substitution, and this is the real threat, I think. The distribution of profits, and we have to see that the position of Europe and European values has to be pointed out more often, because it's mainly non-American, non-European, American, and some Asian companies. We are fighting for intellectual property, fundamental rights, and yes, human rights. Especially, and I'm looking forward to listen to Madej. In Brussels, it's the transparency, it's licensing models, licensing market that we do need. So contracts, fair contracts have to be negotiated. We're talking about remuneration and labeling of the output. The user should know what is made by a human being, what is made by AI. And very important, we do have quite a lot of rights, more than we think. We have to be able to enforce our existing rights. We often say we want consent, credit, compensation, control. It's easy, 4 Cs. I think this clear, I think it's from the UK, is also interesting because it makes it, the accountability is another point I would like to point out. It's very important to see that. What we did a lot of statements, position papers, but what we also did is we did an interdisciplinary study on AI output in the fall of 24. And Professor Dornis is a legal expert, and Professor Stober is an AI expert. And he's been working on TDM, text and data mining, for the last 20 years. And Axel Voss, he was mentioned by Jean-François already. He's an MEP, and he was responsible for the EU Copyright Act directive. He was really glad that these two proved that the study proved that the training of generative AI is not covered by the text and data mining exception. And this is important for this new report he managed to get through the parliament. I'm going to talk about this later. We also did a so-called living paper on generative AI. Some of it, we have a short version on the website in English. We had a look at generative AI from the international, the national, and the European side. It's maybe a bit too detailed. And we also had a look at what the AI Act had, what consequences the AI had, and what the function of the AI office that was just forced into action, and what is going to happen, or what is happening in Brussels. Interestingly enough, they were always, or from the start on in 22 or 23, there were quite a lot of American lawsuits, but there are by now 4 lawsuits in Germany, and there are also some in France and Hungary. So things are developing, and the newest one is the Penguin Random House one. It's versus OpenAI, and it concerns text and pictures. And the interesting aspect of this is also that the output, when the publishing house prompted, It offered not only the text very similar and the pictures very similar, as you can see, it offered a whole marketing and distribution strategy. So it's text, so it works, but it's also strategies that, so it's a whole company that was part of the output. So it's interesting to see what is going to happen. It's in Munich as well. The core in Munich is very much into training and generative AI by now, and quite experienced. We'll see what will going to happen there. In Germany, we do have in the coalition agreement the federal government promising to have copyright law as one of the topics, and that they realized that there's a fair balance of interests has to be achieved, and look at the last two words, also in digital markets. It was really, really tough to get that into the coalition agreement. Let me tell you that. This is our Ministry for Justice. She said last autumn, if there is no licensing market, they're going to discuss legal adjustments. This is our Ministry for Labor, and the Labor Ministry has been publishing one study after the other how great generative AI is, and it's going to solve every single problem. This is the first time in May this year that I heard her saying that there could be job cuts. Yes, took her some time, or the whole ministry. We have, as you know, quite a lot of influence of the federal level on culture and education in Germany. Interestingly enough, they started quite early, especially in North Rhine-Westphalia, to install a working group on AI and copyright. That's interesting. So we've got the federal level, and the level in Berlin. This is one of the most important ministers on the federal level who's actually really fighting for copyright in the AI era, and we are just organizing an event in Brussels. He's not only the media minister, but also the Europe minister, or Minister for European Affairs. I'm pretty sure you've heard that, that in February, members of European Parliament started to realize we've got to do something. I wanted to mention it once again because the Commission had been doing what they wanted to do for quite some time. From February 25 on, there were politicians in the Parliament, and from every party actually. It's again the same situation as we had in 2016, 2019, that in every party we have friends and non-friends. But anyway, one of my illustrators listened to every single meeting, and that's one of her illustrations, what happened in the jury committee. It worked out. I mean, Axel Voss managed to get this resolution on copyright and generative artificial intelligence through, and 46 votes in favor and 71 no votes is a success. I mean, it's more, it's a huge success. I would like to remember, this is 2019 when the AI directive came through, and these are people being really happy. Some of my friends were there in Strasbourg, and this is Axel Voss. It was 5 votes. It wasn't easy, but he made it. Current developments. Maji is going to talk about it, I'm sure. We've got this interesting case at the European Court of Justice, We have new laws in Germany, Denmark, France, and maybe some other countries being written right now. And the code of practice was just published. It's on transparency of AI-generated content. I think it was tough, it was hard work, but it's something. We're not 100% happy, but it's something. We also have the AI office as a serious problem. We've got the digital omnibus, we've got DSA, DMA, we've got the evaluation of all these. We've got, I think, my colleague just counted last week, 22 acts and directives we should deal with. It's not possible. But I really think we should, if someone knows an MEP has contacts to the European Parliament or also to the national parliaments, it's on the parliaments right now to force the Commission to put more effort into dealing with our problems. And we're looking forward. Ireland is going to have the presidencies. It's fun. I mean, we all know who's the names of the companies that. No, I'm not going to talk about it. It's again. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear. It's the Parliament again. It's also in 2025 when they woke up. It was the Parliament again. That made sure that certain aspects that help us or are essential for our fight were clearly written in statements. The Danish presidency, I'm going to skip some. Irish, the Danish presidency was very interesting. They had a lot of interesting meetings and discussions. Even more interesting was that one before in Poland. They had, as well as Denmark, as one of their main topics, digitization and AI. The Irish presidency doesn't have digital world or AI mentioned as one of their main aims to discuss within the next half a year. But they advertised an international AI summit who does not mention our sectors at all and not a single problem with AI. So let's see what's happening in Ireland from July on. Interestingly enough, the Agora, now I'm losing. Förderung, funding. It's the new funding directive. It mentions, it has a strong focus on human authorship, which it didn't have when the Commission published it, but it went through the Council. No, the Council and the Parliament, and now it has changed quite a lot. Have a look at the introduction. It's interesting. Let's see what's going to happen. I skip this. I just wanted to show you how we started to work, or we changed our way to deal with the topic generative AI. This is right now. It's only in German. We're going to translate it into English soon. We are showing politicians that we are not against all AI. We are pointing out that it's the AI, and it's generative AI mainly, that substitutes your work and your performances. Just to make sure that we're not, fighting against all odds or the whole industry, or we are yes. This was helpful, I think. Pope Leo. It's very interesting. He's every single aspect, and also the environmental ones, and is mentioned in the encyclical. Helpful when talking to politicians. Seriously, it's that's it. That's our conference. It's every November. It's bilingual, so you can It's hybrid. You can listen to it or come and visit us. Thank you. I'm sorry that I was long.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Katarina, for this presentation. So you spoke about so many things happening, and I wanted to ask you, like, personally, for you, what is the biggest hope here? That certain things can be fought in courts successfully, that there will be some new EU-wide regulation on this that will change the situation, or that you will get some regulation at the German level? Like, what do you think is the most realistic outcome that you're looking forward to?
I think we do need European regulation. Most court cases are going to take too much time. And it's such a dynamic situation. I think we need regulation. And the global situation might help, because talking about digital sovereignty, it does help that there is a lot of pressure. Let's see. Most of the time I'm hopeful, not every day, but talking about court cases, most of them have been decided until now, you know, and these are not final decisions, but mainly in favor of the European of the creative sector, of the publishing houses, of the actors, of the authors, translators.
So it seems the most important thing would be to lobby the Commission to move forward faster
and lobby
on this.
your national parliaments. They have to wake up. They have to realize what is happening. I think most of them seriously have not realized what is going on, what is happening, and how much is at stake.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katarina. And now our last but not least speaker, Maciek Janik from ZAIX. Sorry.
Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here as the dessert closing, but unfortunately what I'll be presenting is neither short nor sweet, because I will be talking about law and the typical, or like the more in-depth analysis of what is going on. Not too much, of course. Let's be merciful. But I would like you to more or less know what is happening when it comes to the legal developments that are happening. This will not only be connected with copyright law per se, but will also be connected with some other things that are related to that, but are also important when it comes to, like, you know, transparency, traceability, identification or labeling of AI outputs, and so on. I will introduce myself. My name is Maciej Janik. I'm an advocate working for the legal department of the Society of Authors ZAIX, and I am incidentally the head of the internal team working on AI matters, which has led to the fact that I am now being treated as synonymous as the person who is talking about AI and copyright law, which is a bit of an exaggeration, but in fact there is quite a lot of me out there, a bit too much. Anyway, we are also in cooperation with Olga because we are one of the, I don't want to say few, but we are one of the more active CMOs that is representing translators and audiovisual translators, and we are really kind of fighting for our repertoire to also cover those rights, even though in Poland this is pretty much challenged, the status, due to different things. As you will see in a minute, like some of the cases that I will be describing, including the one that Katarina hinted at, the one before the CJEU, are not very fortunate when it comes to what they have been or what the subject matter is, so the outcomes might not be very helpful. This is the same situation for translators in Poland. The case that was where the rights of translators as co-authors of audiovisual works have been, let's say, not revoked or had not been confirmed, was not very, the facts of the case were not very helpful for translators. So I decided to divide the discussion of the legal developments into like broad concepts. The first one is I will not repeat things that are obvious for you, namely that like AI cannot be an author. The thing is that what I wanted to discuss is that we have now confirmations. There are two judgments, the one in the Czech Republic and recently the one in Germany, which confirmed this fact. The interesting thing is that they both concerned commercial graphics. The German case concerned logos used on the internet, and the first one a picture that was posted on some website, and the Taubel Legal, so it was a law firm, basically took those images and they put it on their website, and the author of those images said like, you cannot, you know, you're infringing my copyright. And in the second situation, that it was more or less the same thing. So there were logos, somebody took it and used them, and they said like, you know, you cannot because I'm the author. But during the court proceedings, it turned out that both the logos and the image were AI generated. So the courts refused protection for those authors, saying that they are AI generated, and so you cannot claim a possibility to authorize or not the use of your graphics. And this brings me to, because like they just confirmed the main things, that copyright is right that can only be held by a natural person, so AI cannot be an author, and also prompts are too general to constitute creative contribution. You have to do a bit more in order to consider yourself an author of something. So they also confirm the fact that you're using AI does not mean that you can never be the author, but you cannot call yourself an author of something that you just simply prompted by writing, you know, like something short, create me a beautiful logo of something. However, those cases concern a thing that I added to most of my presentations because not everybody is aware, because not everybody is a lawyer. I wanted to explain what it means that something is not created by copyright, and like the whole idea behind copyright. Because what copyright gives you, it gives you possibility to direct claims for people who are using your works that you created on the basis of like statutory law itself. Because normally you can oblige people to do something or forbid them or prohibit them from doing something only if you have an agreement with them. So you have to have bilateral contracts, and on the basis of those contracts they have to either pay or do something or do not. Copyright creates this possibility that no matter where somebody uses your work, you have the possibility to claim even though you never had contact with those people. This is the so-called erga omnes, which means against everybody sort of claims, which makes copyright similar to property rights. That's like the basic framework is based on property rights, which gives authors exactly the same sort of power that whenever somebody, and that was also the thing that was at the origins of copyright, that, you know, back then people used to take everybody's works and use them as their own, and the author had no possibility of saying no to that. But thanks to copyright, which was also a motivation for people to be able to make a living on the basis of the creative work, they have been given sort of property rights that address it to their own works, so to their own creative output. And now this is quite important also because a lot of people believe that they have a license, so a contract from an AI service, and they think that they have the same rights because, you know, this is also they are somehow being misled, because often the AI services say that, you know, you have the right to use them in commercial situations, or you can call yourself the creator of this and this, and people do not see the distinction, and they have situations like the two claimants here, thinking that they have the same rights as authors do, even though in order to have those rights, you need to be like the creative originator and not just somebody who prompted a machine. So this is something that is worth saying. So in Europe, we have a clear situation, like nobody until now, and in the US as well, but I just decided not to include US cases because the law there is very different. And even though, you know, the legal developments that will be happening there will have an influence on what is happening here, because, you know, like law in general has a problem with AI because it's very novel. However, They will not be transposed one-to-one between the US and Europe because the systems are so different. They are also different not only because of like specific provisions, but also because of the whole spirit, the whole concept behind copyright law, where in Europe or in most continental cases, this is this droit d'auteur sort of thing, you know, like the connection between the work and the person. So there is this humanistic point of view on that, which gives more power to the author to control their works. Whereas in the US, it's copyright, so it's the right to copy, which is sort of subjected to this market logic. So it has, the copyright there is mostly to regulate sort of commercial relations between people. So that's why, you know, what was happening in the US is of course valuable, but will never be transplanted one-to-one to Europe and vice versa probably. Now when it comes to licensing, we have two main issues. One of the main issues, of course, TDM, which you all know what it is. It's a it's an exception. Like TDM has become big because of an exception that the DSM directive introduced in 2019. So back then they created an exception for this automated analytical technique aimed at analyzing text and data in digital form in order to generate information, which include but is not limited to patterns, trends, and correlations. Now to explain. So back in 2019, we were in this period of big data with a lot of algorithms, because back then we didn't call everything AI, but algorithms. So the algorithms were also based on like analyzing a lot of data. And bots that were meant to create things that were mostly statistical had the same sort of meaning. They were crawling the web, and they could have stumbled by accident on something that was copyrightable. That was copyright protected. So because big data and let's say the effects or the rewards of having big data analytics was valuable, because they could provide a lot of things like, you know, information about the changes in disease in a big population in a specific time, because they could analyze a lot of data about people falling ill or not. So there were a lot of uses for making this sort of exception, so that people who were crawling the web for other purposes than, you know, Gen AI services right now, if they accidentally copied works, so that they would not be liable for infringement. However, the situation completely changed, and this is something that Katarina already indicated. In 2022, where we had people who were deliberately sending bots in order to copy copyrighted works, in order to feed AI services with the aim of creating something that will be able to reproduce things that look like human-created works. So the objective is completely different. However, the provisions remained. So the Commission didn't want to backtrack, because suddenly they would be, you know, like, it would be a problem. And also, politically speaking, we as authors or representatives of authors are never happy with what is happening in Europe, because we are in the midst of like this space race sort of situation that we had, you know, 40 years ago, where everybody is trying to get or to be at the same level of AI development, so that they are not left behind, and so that they are not dependent, and so that they cannot fall prey to a country that is more AI developed than we are. So that's why a lot of legislators go for compromises which are not really, which are not, let's say, which do not fall into this logic of droit d'auteur. So on the one hand, we have this humanistic vision, but on the other hand, we have this very commercial or very geopolitical objective. So here we clash. So we will see a lot of foul compromises taking place, unfortunately. And TDM and the interpretation of TDM by the Commission itself is one of them, because they now, like, directly and always say that, you know, like, TDM applies to AI training. So yeah, the thing is, even if it does apply, there are still a lot of loopholes, and there are still a lot of situations where when there is unclarity, and it's left purposefully unclear, but it creates a big problem for authors, because they don't really know how to effectively opt out from the system in order to, by fulfilling just one of the most important things, namely machine readability. So how to do something, or how to opt out in a way that machines will accept as machine readable. And we have very diverging interpretations from the one from Knežke versus Lions. Of course, these are very broad and very simplistic, let's say, summaries of what is happening, because it's a bit more complicated than this. Because like in both the Bolik Portal and the Knežke versus Lion cases, were basically, like all of the cases were about somebody using works that were on a web page, and on those web pages, usually in the footers or in the terms and conditions or somewhere, there were information that they cannot be scraped for any sort of purpose. But they were usually indicated in natural language, so-called. So it was written in English or in whatever language that you cannot scrape it. And it was a bit different in Howard's home, but I will get back to it in a second. But both Bolik Portal and Knežke versus Lion had the same situation. And the courts, in the beginning, both Bolik Portal and Knežke, the court said that natural language is fine. Like if you write it in the terms and conditions, that's fine because like bots can read it. However, in both cases, in Denmark it went very much, they made a 180 degrees turn saying that that's not it, because you have to make it machine readable, so you have to have a format that you are sure can be understood by a machine. In Germany, it's a bit more nuanced because they said that this is time sensitive in the sense that like the machine or the level of development, technological development of machines now is at the level where they can read natural language. So probably such an opt-out will be acceptable. However, in Howard's home, they also went for this idea or for this sort of vision of a system based on this sort of robot stakes there, which is a format that is created for something completely different. Because robot stakes, there was this format like you added to web pages saying like crawlers from this and this undertaking cannot crawl your web page, which was usually done in order to people to stop like cookie bots taking your data and so on. But the concept behind the robot stakes format was created because it was tied to a specific place, because robots crawl web pages. However, when it comes to works, let's say the logic or the transportation system is completely different in the sense that works can be easily copied, that's why we have copyright, and sent from one page to another like immediately. So making or like trying to protect opt-outs through the use of a system that is tied to a web page and not really tied to the file or not tied to the work itself, some sort of to the metadata, doesn't help you anyway, because like if you copy it from one web page to another, then the other web page who doesn't have the opt-out, it's no longer protected. So, you know, it just doesn't make sense to make this vision of an opt-out that is tied to a specific web page or a specific place in the web. So that's why we're also trying to fight or trying to create a different sort of idea. Of course, the provision as it is does not mean, does not impose any specific, let's say, technological solution to impose an opt-out. However, we do not have any sort of partnership or any sort of willingness to cooperate from the other side to create a format to make opt-outs like really work, because they have they prefer to play cat and mouse. So the longer they can create this gray area where nothing is known and where you can always challenge something, whether that something works or not, the better for them, because the longer they can remain unresponsible, not responsible for acts of infringement. So with the TDM exception, we have, I don't think I will be able to play it, but maybe you've heard it. So one of the biggest, let's say, successes that we have in Europe right now is the GEMA case, where the GEMA sued both OpenAI and Suno. We only have a judgment in the first case, not in the second, but the idea was more or less the same. So GEMA conducted a prompting attack against both Suno and ChatGPT, and they managed to prompt very bad covers of their own repertoire or fragments of lyrics. This way they could prove to the court that in fact those systems were trained on their repertoire. And this led to a whole court case where they already had some sort of evidence, and I will give you the explanation of, or I will provide you with what the court said in a second. Can we play the music? Listen to some really bad AI covers of Debbie Cool for a moment. Just the vocal and then I'll stop.
She's crazy like a fool. What about Daddy Cool?
Basically, they managed to prompt Suno to do like 15 songs like this from the repertoire. All of them really bad, but I hope I'm not hurting anybody's feelings. Most of those songs are pretty bad originally, but yeah. So, basically, no, enough. So basically, what the court said, not in the Suno case because we're still waiting for a judgment, but in the ChatGPT case, so where they prompted lyrics and not full songs, because back then ChatGPT could not like generate images or whatever. So what they said is at the same time kind of worrying because they confirmed that TDM applies to training. However, they said that if you can retrieve fragments of songs as they are, so if you can infringe, if output can infringe copyright by creating copies of existing works, this means that those works are somehow memorized, so that copies of them exist in the model, not like specific chunks, but like maybe dispersed across the different weights of whatever. So it means that the training did not fulfill its objective, and the objective was to teach the model some sort of how to call it, processing, like finding, repeating patterns in order to be able to generate something similar. But it failed in the sense that there were copies left. So instead of creating something new, it can create something that already exists, which goes outside the TDM exception, and we have a case of infringement. And also an important thing is that, because it's another huge important thing in terms of like you had it with the YouTube case. Well, maybe not you, because like for translators it's a bit different, but musicians had it in YouTube. That platforms say like we are not responsible, we are just hosting. It's the user who is using our platform for different things. So it's the user who infringes copyright by doing whatever. And in this situation, like the court said, no, you are responsible because you trained the model and you should have created the guardrails so that this does not happen. So that's a big success in Europe so far, but of course there was an appeal against it. So we'll see what happens, because also from a legal point of view, all those things can be challenged, and many of those judgments concerning training models and so on, they are still taking place in the same logic of like not wanting to stop innovation, like as innovation is understood. I'm not saying it's good, but everybody has it in their mind, not to exaggerate too much to protect authors, because we need to be innovative. Another sort of thing that I wanted to add, which is also interesting from this point of view, that PRS, so the English or the UK ZAIX is trying to do in saying like, okay, so if it's memorized, so there are parts of the copies inside the model, then basing on CJEU's like previous case law, we could say that offering the model is pretty much like communication to the public. And it was based on this idea. There were a lot of cases about hotels and about like providing TVs in hotels that were treated as communication to the public, because they're saying like the fact that nobody uses those TVs does not mean that you do not offer the possibility to use them. So the fact that you are the fact that you're offering a service that has copies inside, and that not every user creates those copies, does not mean that those copies cannot be created. But I mean, this is a theory that it still have to be like proven, or like. But this is also a point of view of what, not a point of view. This is one of the solutions or one of the angles that CMOs are trying to take when they are trying to attack not just the training phase, but also the output phase, which are different beasts. Now, this is an interesting case because it concerns, like this is, without mincing words, that's a shitty case in terms of facts, because it's a case not only about dolphins or about a text and publications concerning something which is stupid, but also the fact that basically the publisher who published this really bad article on their webpage prompted Gemini saying like, okay, summarize me an article that is available here and here, and yeah. So it's a bit different than what Gemma said, because they directed it to where it should look. It went there to look. So it's a bit like similar. If you write into ChatGPT, you know, like you write a poem and say, ChatGPT, repeat the poem. And if the ChatGPT does it mean that it was trained on it? Well, no. So there are a lot of questions like this, that the whole facts of the case are not as transparent as in the Gemma case, where they managed to retrieve something, but they sort of kind of, you know, they made it look in a specific place and summarize it something that was available there. And it's a bit different, and it doesn't prove training, it just maybe proves that the chatbot can search and summarize something that is not there. So there are a lot of, another problem is that it also concerns not copyright itself, but the publisher's right, like it was added with the DSM directive, publishers have a right to say no to platforms like Google for using fragments of their publications. But it's not the same as copyright. It's a very limited type of right in order to protect press publishers online. It is based because it's a, let's say, related right, but it's not the same. It has many different exceptions and so on. So even there, what CJU finds in this case will not maybe fully be, will not be fully translatable to copyright in the fullest sense. So it's not a very good case. Now, another important thing is, of course, labeling. We have new guidelines because as of August 2026, the labeling obligations of the Act will be fully effective. There are a few labeling obligations, but I'm just writing the ones that are the most important. The distinction is important because like the first labeling of obligation applies to providers of AI services. So it's not the people who use, but the people who create the system. So they should be able to implant within the system a possibility or either, via metadata or whatever, some sort of technology that they want, a technology that has to meet certain requirements for it to be transparent and for people to be able to verify. But every system that is able to generate image, sound, whatever, has to automatically have some sort of label inside it for people to be able to see that it's synthetic. But the other one is more interesting because it applies to deployers, so the people who use it actually, not only the people who create, but also the people who use it in their auditions, like podcasters who use synthetic voices to talk about different things. And it will be not only the system providers themselves, but also the users, unless they are using it, like for non-public, simply private. So it's not only commercials. So whenever situation you're kind of posting it, publicly, that you don't have to be an undertaking or an entrepreneur to do it. But like if you're just sending it to your friend via, I don't know, a messenger or WhatsApp, that doesn't count. But if you're doing it on your podcast, even if you're doing it as a, let's say, private person, then you have to impose it. Some people criticize those guidelines because they say that they create very high standards because they not only talk about things that are real, but also that are realistic. So if you create an image with, in which you're advertising your translation profession, and you're putting an image that was generated of an office in which you're working, which does not exist, but it looks realistic, you will have to somehow indicate that it's a deep fake. So not in whatever situation where somebody can be fooled, either by actual people or by people who might exist, you would have to use deepfakes, and a lot of people are scared of it. I'm almost finishing, but this is something that is happening as a response because like the regulators are not being really quick about solving those issues. So we are seeing commercial ways of regulating this, especially music publishers and music labels, are entering into private deals with Suno and Udio, and they are trying to somehow sanitize this original sin of training by trying to create more focused applications on the basis of theoretically licensed smaller repertoires. But the thing is that those models will be the same models. It's not like we destroy the model and we put it new on the basis of a smaller repertoire that has been licensed. It will still be the same model that, you know, like previously was trained on also those things where they didn't have a license. But the thing is that they, in a way, it's still commendable in the sense that they are trying to somehow monetize the use and give it to authors and artists. However, we are sort of afraid that what might get repeated is the Spotify model, where people are earning really little, and the people who are the biggest beneficiaries are the record labels or the platform itself. So we kind of see the future going there, and it's also that's the problem that, you know, like Jean-Francois is kind of indicating, that it's just legitimizing theft, because you are just accepting as it is, like we cannot fight against it, so let's try to make it look proper and ethical. And yeah, so CMOs are also at the forefront of trying to fight for authors' rights, obviously, since we represent authors. And yeah, we are mostly fighting for a licensing market, not for a right to remuneration, because this would also mean like accepting defeat, in the sense that should not, you know, people will not have to be then bound by contracts, they will not have to disclose the sort of training data and so on. They will just pay a fee and say, okay, whatever, you know, distributed against, according to people. We cannot provide you with any lists. You will never know the scale of the theft, but here's some money. Of course, it doesn't mean that it, you know, if it comes to like to pass that we are not able to, you know, like create a licensing market, this will be the second best option, because you know, people have to be remunerated, but you know, we're trying not to give in too easily. Yeah, you can read most of them, but I think what is also important that at the local level we are trying to promote human creativity by introducing quotas to public media in terms of human or mostly human created works, and also to, for instance, audiovisual or film promotion sort of funds, like in Poland. In order to be able to get money for your film, you have to show that you know, you have been using human created works and not AI created works or AI actors or whatever. So yes, so we are also active in lobbying, either directly here on a local level or through RESAC, which is our association, sort of umbrella association that lobbies in Brussels and kind of gets the message across there. Thank you.
Thank you, Maciek. We have time for one question. Adrian, okay.
Hi, Maciek.
Hi.
So I want to quickly go back to what you said about AI works not being able to be copyrighted.
Yeah.
Because we often, yeah, I can wait. Right. So we often hear that AI is just a tool, like this quote. We even heard this today a couple of times, and like, let's say I use keyboard. That's a tool for me, right? But if I use a keyboard to write dialogues for a dubbing, this doesn't mean I can't copyright the dialogues that I wrote. So would it be safe to assume that the copyright law, that what you said, challenges this idea that the AI is just a tool, that it's actually a service? And
I think people are using the term, like, you know, it's misleading use of the term, because they want to say, like, you know, humans are safe, it's just a tool. But the fact is that, you know, it's a question of the capacity of what the tool can do. The keyboard cannot write itself. However, in the case of AI, it can write itself and write pretty beautifully, and like with time, it can be more and more misleading as to who the author is. So I think it is a tool, but like law is context sensitive, so it will always look at what the capacity of the tool is. So whenever we have a danger that one of the basic conditions of copyrightability, meaning like the possibility to reflect your personality, so your creativity, is doubtful because of the tool, you know, whatever the tool will be, it doesn't have to be AI or whatever else. If you were using a playing saxophone, which does not exist, but for instance, this would be this more or less the same sort of thing. So you will have to be able to prove that your creative contribution was significant enough for you to be able to copyright it. And that's, you know, you can read a lot about the whole problems that the US Copyright Office had. They are very stringent. I think they have a higher, or they were like exasperated with the inundation of, especially, you know, like graphical works that was happening via Midjourney and so on. And it will always be a bit different in terms of different types of works, you know, like for music, proving this contribution will be different than proving it for graphics, than proving it for literature and so on, you know, like not all works can be as easily AI generated as, like probably in the future every type of work will be easy to be, you know, like generated. But I mean, for now, it's not the same sort of thing. So you just will have to be able to provide, like if somebody questions your authorship, you will have to be able to provide evidence that you are the author. So that's it.
Thanks. Oh, guys. Last one, because we need to wrap up. I have to be strict about it.
Thank you. So I have a question because we saw, I think, examples of the inertia of the legal system when it comes to regulating the AI, because you mentioned those court rulings that would look for, let's say, exceptions in the TDM exception, or saying that dispersed copies in the model could be treated as, offering this model could be treated as communicating to the public, which seems almost like trying to sentence Al Capone for tax evasion rather than the real crimes. So why do you think there is this inertia in the legal system? Is that just that the AI sector is developing so quickly, or is it because there is just too much money involved?
It's a lot. It's this, of course, like law always is trying to follow the trends, but you also have to understand that we are here either rights holders or representatives of rights holders, and we have a very specific perspective. However, from the point of view of more neutral institutions like the court, like copyright is also about protecting users. It's also about protecting certainty, like because if you have rules and if you want to be a law-abiding user, you have to have clear rules how you can abide the law. So in the case of this machine readability, like the courts are analyzing this because like if somebody did a thing that was not machine readable, then this means that the exception exists. Like exceptions are part of copyright the same way as copyright is. Like exceptions are this effect of balancing between the rights and the rights of the authors, but also the rights of the general public. So like if you are a representative of just one side, it's very easy to be, you know, like, oh, we are not doing enough. But if you're like a court, somewhere in the middle, you are looking at the system like from both sides so that nobody is in some way hurt, in the sense that if an infringement is found, well, the user has to pay. So it can also be like the settlements in the US, even though they have fair use, like for Anthropic, people were afraid that Anthropic would like basically go bust because they wouldn't be able to settle the lawsuits because they were using pirated books. Of course, in this situation, they were not a, you know, like good faith user. But the thing is that in many high profile cases, and a lot of AI cases are high profile, like if somebody was thinking they were doing the right thing because the law was unclear, it's not fair to penalize them as well, right? So that's the thing.
All right. Thank you, Maciek. And that's almost all for today. our two colleagues from AVTE, Iris and Jean-François, they want to just sum up and wrap up.
Thank you. Hi. So we're going to do a very, very brief summary of what we've been watching today with some personal highlights of what we want to keep with us from this wonderful conference. But first of all, we wanted to thank Christoph and Olga and all the team from ZAIX and STO and everybody that made this possible, because this has been amazing, and also to the professional interpreters that have been working tirelessly so that people can access this wonderful information that we've been gifted. So thank you very much.
I took something really interesting from what Ania Jankowska said earlier about audio description. Actually, it applies to every form of audiovisual translation, but at some stage you pointed out that AI doesn't select what is relevant. Therefore, AI is irrelevant. And if I may carry on, it won't be long, don't worry. Because this is very improvised, actually. It was very interesting to hear what you had to say, Scott, this morning about what you called brand integrity. Yes, because it reminded me, even though I wasn't born in the 1930s, with the early talking films being dubbed, mostly American films being dubbed for the French market, the European market in general, but especially France. It was exactly that. I mean, the quality that was required for the dubbing that was done first in America and then in Europe made sure that the audience would be able to trust. We go back to this notion of trust, and that the films they were going to see, even if they were dubbed into their own language, would be as faithful as possible to the original. So that I thought it was an interesting link, historical link. And did I want to say something else about this? No. You can go away.
I can
along.
Thanks. Well, what I took from almost all of the, if not all of the presentations today, is that we know in some cases deep down, in other cases, very obviously, that humans do it better. And that we have the opportunity to keep fighting so that we can still do it. And that there are chances that we win some of this battle that has been told to us that is already lost. And it's not true. It's just we have to keep going from AVTE, but also from the national organizations, but also from other members of the industry, and of course the academia. And that brings me to one thing that Hannah Sylvester said that I really enjoyed. That was when she highlighted the activist role of academics. There can be an activist role in academia, and it should be. And actually, if we go back way earlier than the 1930s, academia was a place of activism and of critical thinking and of much more than meeting the requirements of, I was going to say ANECA, but that's just Spanish, but the accrediting organization and institutions that tell you what kind of professor you can be. And another thing that I really enjoyed about Hannah Sylvester's presentation was pointing out that the collaboration between practitioners and academics should be a systematic, sustained and horizontal collaboration, and I think that's paramount, and I think that's really, really important. I think it's very, very difficult because freelancers are very busy, academics are very busy, but we have to make that effort because otherwise we are actually rowing in not necessarily different directions, but in very different ways, and that might mean we are just going in circles when we should be going together. And and about Jan Peterson's and Pavel's Alexandrovich, sorry, I'm butchering your names, presentations. I am very, very grateful about all of this research being done, because we finally have, for the past few years, some data that actually proves what practitioners we have been saying for decades. And it is very important for some people to have this data so that they can take us seriously. So thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. And also, in the case of Pavel's presentation, I already told you this, but I really appreciate that his reflections on the data, not just this is statistically significant or not, but why did they enjoy humor more in the machine translation output? Oh, it was because they thought it was absurd humor. So there was some reflection more than just the figures, and I think that is very, very important because it's a testament to the complexity of reception studies and how we cannot just stop in the data. And I was talking before with Anna that data is not all that data is not everything. The whole picture is way more than data, and that's why AI, as you said, AI is just data. And the world and the art and the human connections and the human collaboration and everything human is way more than data, and that's very important as well.
Yeah, which is why also it was very interesting to have all the legal aspects highlighted, and they're crucial, obviously, but we can't just stop at the legal fight. We have to take action ourselves. AI is not a tool, and we have to drive that into the minds of AI developers or clients who want to use them. It's not a tool. We are the tools in some way as practitioners, and it's for us to refuse to use these so-called tools. We can do it as long as we keep together and united.
Yes. And together and united brings me to Max's and Tina's presentation, because we have a lot of power in what we present to the world. Like, we think we don't, but we actually have seen some examples today that we do, and the work with better subtitles can bring forward a lot of troubles that platforms and some companies are choosing to ignore. They do know they're there, but they are choosing to ignore it, and that's why the complaint forms in some platforms are so hard to find. And we can raise our voices, and we can set examples, and we should keep doing this, and that's why AVT exists, and that's why we are so proud of what we are part of. And also the industry and the people who are at the other side, the people who hire us, the initiative that Scott McCarthy just presented us, it made us so happy. It has its challenges. We have to see how it's going to be implemented, but it is a great movement forward or backwards, I don't know, but it is amazing, because we really need to have a more direct collaboration and to remove obstacles that have been put there just for profit of a few, I must say. And yeah, I think, as Scott said, our voices matter and we have to keep raising them. And we've seen that also with the last two presentations, with all of these lawsuits and all of these directives and all of these initiatives and all of that you presented as well in France. And it's just, we have to keep being loud, even if Christoph wants me to shut up.
Okay, guys, so now it's officially over. Thank you all.
Please, we ask our panelists to come here to take a photo with us. So please, and there are gifts for you as well. So please come here. We'll take photo.